race fans, it's Pirate here with Black Flag Racing TV. How are we all doing on this fine Sunday evening? And guess what? The summer break is over. We are back to GTFUSION racing on this Saturday. Cannot wait for this race. It's been a long time coming. So, first race back after the summer, and we are in the Group 1 Toyota GR010, I think it's called, that's the one. Great Group 1 car, hybrid car, so you've got electric power as well as your standard petrol engine. And we are at Le Mans. What a phenomenal racetrack this is, steeped in racing history. Of course, home of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, as you would have thought. Apparently it's called the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Where else would it be? So today's footage is of round 4 of GTFUSION, and this is Lounge D. And we'll go through the runners and riders in a short while. They're currently going through practice. Let's bring up some information, shall we? How about that? So, running this evening. I suppose just to let you know what's going on. Yeah, so basically this is the Toyota GR010. Racing hard, racing medium required tyres. Balance of performance on. The power is 670 horsepower with a weight of just over 1,000 kilos at 1,040. No tuning and mechanical damage is heavy. And it will be 6 laps around this racetrack. They will need to pit because they've got to use the 2 tyre compounds. But I promised you a list of the runners today. So we have 12 runners. We've got Kulinen from Greece from RTA, Pepsi GT, the Brits from GTBE Race Team, Adron RC from GXF, he is from Poland, Miriam also from Poland from MTE. Another GXF rider is a Rotq. And I've probably pronounced that wrong, but that's what I'm going with anyway. He's also a Polish driver. One Up G from Italy, from EXP Race Team. Risky Replicants from KKR Race Team. He is from the United States of America. CRL Sija from the Czech Republic. Dobry Den. Also from KKR Race Team. Another GXF rider in Biniu. Another Polish driver from GXF Race Team. Our glorious host this evening is GAMP from RTA, another Italian. Then we've got Bartek from ATR, another Polish guy. A lot of Poles in the, a lot of Polish, you say, in the group today. And last but not least, from Greece, from the Helicopter Racing Team, run by my friend Kevin, Zamboniero. So good luck to you, my friend. In fact, good luck to all of you this evening. They are the runners and riders, and I'm not sure how far away we are from qualifying. Shouldn't be too far away, so basically qualifying is as follows. The first qualifying session will be a 2 hot lap session. So 2 hot laps for qualifying for race number 1, followed by race number 2, which will be 1 hot lap. Then a short break in between the races, and then we'll have hot lap and another hot lap for the last 2, just a single hot lap. And hot lap qualifying always throws up some surprises here and there. But it's a pretty long lap, and we're looking at about 3.5 minutes a lap. So strap yourself in, because it's going to be a doozy, shall we say. And I think we've just been told at 1:15 to open up the new lobby, if I remember rightly. Let's have a look. Yes, they are going to open a new one. See, just having some trouble joining us. So at the moment, just 10 in the room. We are expecting 12. Kulinen. So that's Risky Replicants, GM the host, Zambonieri, Biniu, I'm guessing. absolutely guessing. Kulinen, Adron, Nirian, Pepsi GT, 1UP G, Bartek and Siege are having some problems getting in at the moment, and obviously there I am at the bottom, but I'm not running. Have ticked in just to, there we go, let's see, yeah, so everyone knows that I'm alive. Right, so Zamboniero is going to open a new lobby because Siege is struggling to get into this one, so we will be changing lobbies very shortly. Who's on the hot lap? Let's have a look. So we have a little run around this circuit. Brilliant circuit is Le Mans. Very tricky to dial it in and get every sector right. But essentially, it's all about getting onto these straights as quickly as possible. Good evening, everybody in the chat. Paul, obviously I know you. Pierre, good to see you, buddy. Martin, good evening. Good evening, Paul. Excuse me. So he's off to start a new lobby. Yeah, so basically what you're looking at here is, this is a racetrack that tests every part of your ability. Because it's got every sort of turn, it's got quick turns, it's got slow ones, it's got some really fast, high-speed sections. I mean, it really does test your mettle. And especially when it gets dark like this is when it gets really tricky. It can be a very, very unforgiving racetrack, but it also can be incredibly rewarding when you get it right. I really, really love this track. It's a track where, I suppose the good thing about this track is because it's quite a long circuit. You can have one or two bad sectors and you can dial it in, go one of the lap and still have a relatively good lap. Ideally, what you want to do is dial in every sector and have a fantastic lap, but it's not always the case. And there we go, lobby ended. The new lobby will be opening up. Let's wait for it. Now I'm assuming that he has accepted my friend request because otherwise we could be struggling a little bit. New lobby not there at the moment. There we go. Not here. Has he done it yet? Oh, we'll wait. So we'll give it a couple of minutes. I've got nothing to show you in the intro. I could put up a little intro page or something, but I'm not going to. We will just stick with what we've got at the moment. Yeah, so Le Mans. Not all I can really say about it that you don't already know. There are a number of very tricky corners, and it's a very, very fun racetrack to race in. But we're all glad to be back with GT Fusion. Where is he? There it is. It's open, and we're in. Well, we're going in now anyway. Hopefully everyone can get in this room. Currently unavailable. It would be, wouldn't it? I'm sure he's probably just fiddling around with the sound. But currently unavailable. Well, hopefully I don't have the same problem getting in that everyone else has previously. Incredibly frustrating this. I suppose while we're stuck here, we can talk about how shockingly bad the lobby system still is on GT7. There's so many problems with it that really need ironing out, and you know, with the hundreds of thousands of millions of people play this game across the world, you would have thought that at some stage they would look and go, okay, what do we need to do? What do we need to do to make their experience better? Because the only people at the moment, I can sort that out if you think that's the case. Thanks for letting me know, Zig. Let me turn the capture down a little bit. My mic is up full. Is that better? Hopefully it is. Yeah, I was having my little rant, my regular rant about the quality of the servers. But so the game essentially, they do a lot for the single player. They bring in new cars and new tracks and lots of new little cafe challenges. But some people aren't into that. Some people don't want to do that. Me personally, I'm not really bothered about all that stuff. I mean, obviously, I don't race a lot, but when I do race, I want to race with some friends and with some strangers as well. Awesome, thank you, buddy. It's weird because some streams, those settings have been the same for a while, and some streams seem to be better than others. Maybe it's just my dodgy mic, I don't know. Can't be that dodgy because it's pretty damn new. So, I've checked in. Everyone knows I'm alive. Who's out on track? And I was out on track at the moment. Let's have a look at some of these liveries, actually, because I don't want that. I want that one. You know what else is going to happen as well when the race starts? Like it already does. It takes you out of the view that you really want, and sticks you in the one it wants you to see. So who we got? The GM. That's the RTA race team livery, looking pretty damn good. Let's see if we can get a close up of this car. That's what we want to have a look at. Look at that. Liking the little colour contrast there. There we go, Racing Team Astra, that's what RTA stands for. For any of you that didn't know, now you do. ATR Bartek, there he is. Now actually I do like that gold and red on the side there, you see that? This car is really hard to put a livery on. And those of you that know me know that I'm pretty damn good at liveries, but this one struggle a little bit. And that's the 86, that's Harris Team Racing. Caesar did manage to make it in, there he is. And there is a number of cars that look exactly like this, but for the driver inside, of course. Looking good though, looking good. There's the other Racing Team Astra driver in Cullinan. Pebsy GT, the only other Brit in the group. It's just me and him. We are the only two Brits in the group, and that's GTBE Gran Turismo Borderless Esports. Zambonieri, can't look at his car yet because he's still in the pits. Risky Replicant, we've seen that livery already. There's a GXF, oh look at that, that looks awesome from the back. Or look at that from the side. There's, again, it's the same livery, it's looking awesome, that is. And it's got me at the bottom there, but obviously I'm not racing. But it has to put me on the list somehow, doesn't it? Yeah, it's cool, and we've seen it already, there's Pepsi. 1UP G. Haven't really gone to town on the livery there, have they? That's pretty much how the car comes out of the garage, isn't it? Don't think he's done any work to that at all. I wonder what the punishment is for not having the GTFUSION liveries on. I wonder. There's Neurions from MTE. The Max Torque Energy there. Thank you very much, Paul. Without you, I don't know what I'd do without you guys. You guys are... That's not a good way to take that corner. Absolutely not a good way to take that corner. He's also in a wall. Or have they finished their hot lap? Oh no, he's on an outlap. No, they're on an outlap. So that's been ended. So I'm assuming new lobby will start shortly, and then everyone will get in, hopefully. See, this is a commentator's nightmare, because I've got nothing to talk about. There's nothing to show you, and there's nothing to talk about. So talk amongst yourselves. Got quite a lot of people. It didn't tell me exactly how many views I've got. For some reason it's saying viewers hidden. Why does it tell me? No, it's not. It's because I clicked it. There you go, 17 people. How about that? I don't think I've ever been this popular. How you doing, Pierre? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you've been keeping well. Also want to wish, they're not in this group, they're in Group H. Good luck tonight to Stargroot and to Avalon, James and Patrick, from Black Flag Racing Team. They are representing Zambioni's lot, the Hellenic Knights Racing Team, with their first racing GTFUSION today. So best of luck to them in Group H. I will check out that footage after the race. And room not found, where's it gone? Refresh. Joining room not found. What is going on? Yeah, the perils of live TV, mate. The perils of live TV. But it's hardly this morning, is it? Although I would happily sit on the couch next to Holly Willoughby, if for free as well. if someone wants to chuck it my way. And the thing is, they've got an auto queue. I don't have that benefit. That room's still not up. Gotta love it, ain't you? Gotta love it. Let's just go and tick that. Maybe that's the problem. Nope. No, okay, hang on. Talk amongst yourselves. I think what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to prepare like a little interval show or something. A little, I don't know, some sort of racing montage to fill in the gaps. And maybe an interview with PM10. And any of you guys that are watching, if you check out our page and you want to see some really cool short videos, and there's a few instructional videos, there's a little karting challenge on there, some little tips and tricks, then check out PM10's page. He's got some awesome stuff on his YouTube, and you can pay me later for the plug ball if you so wish. Still no room? No, still no room. What is occurring? It's not going well, is it? I don't know what to say, really. I'd rather take my eyes out with a rusty spoon than watch this morning. If it weren't for Holly Willoughby, it would be more tragic than it already is. But working guys like us don't get to watch this morning anyway because we're out earning money. It's that's for the stay-at-home mums. I should do, I should put a spin montage in. You only want a spin montage because you know your absolute hero to zero, send it up the inside at Laguna Seca and end up in the gravel, will be on that montage. Still no room. What is occurring? Are they actually going to get this going or what? £1.63. Thank you very much. That'll buy me a tin of Red Bull. And Red Bull, if you're watching, I've just plugged you. So if you if you want to send me some stuff, that'd be great. A hat and a racing jacket would be lovely. Maybe some driving gloves. This is really not going very well, is it? So, talk amongst yourselves. Well, obviously, I'll have to edit all of this out later, won't I? And, yeah, I'll have to edit all this out later, so it looks like a seamless and brilliant stream. See, this is the peril of being the director and the bloke that waffles. Right. So I think we're in, and touch wood, of which there is plenty around here, we will start qualifying and have something to talk about. Who are you all rooting for, guys? I don't know who's who, so sorry about that, that's my daughter in the background. Give me 1 second, sorry guys. Apologies for that, my daughter just wandered in looking for something. There we go. So, it looks like everyone's jumping in. There's my little tick in, and just to let the world know I'm here. And we are on board with, I think it's Pebsy, isn't it? Yeah, Pebsy. So Pebsy is going to give us a run around the track. Let's do that. How about that, Pebsy? Give us a little run around the track here and that's what it's all about. So this is obviously the first straight. You want to be getting up the gears as quickly as possible. This is a really good place to save fuel, save tyres, build up a bit of speed in the slipstream. The slipstream is pretty damn strong here. You want to change down, get around that little chicane as quickly as possible, and then obviously you are on to straight number 2. Yeah, so that's really cool chicane there. You get to the end here, you have another chicane before. So this is quite a tricky corner because you need to get the car turned before you can get on the power, and you kind of want to get on the power early if you can, but it's not always so easy to do. And then we come into the Mulsanne corner, which is a really tight right-hander. But you're braking, you're sort of turning in here, and this is your brake point there, and you're trying to brake in a straight line, but it's getting the car straight to do it can be quite tricky. You get on the power, and then you've got another, and this is the last of the really long straights here, which is probably your last opportunity to grab any significant slipstream. It kinks round to the right hand side there, and then it just kind of little slight more kink to the right as you head up, and this is where you have to be really careful. Little lift here and there, slamming on those brakes, staying right because you want to get turned in, catch the apex and get on the power, because it's a short blast here to another very big right-hander. This is where the penalty line is. You get a penalty here, you're losing loads and loads of time. This penalty line stuff is a bit of a pain. Much rather people serving them in their own time and their own way, but them's the brakes. So here we go into the Porsche curves. Great part of the racetrack, and this is where the Porsche, I think it's the 919 or the 919, very good through there, and you pick up a penalty if you clip the wall. You've got your next big kind of breaking point is at the end here when you come into the Ford chicane, and it looks like Pebsy is waiting for that damage to disappear. Now, I believe it's heavy damage, so I don't think it does disappear, does it? I think that stays on. I think you have to go to pits to get rid. So that's going to be a bit of a pain. So he's jumped to the pits. Now it is 2 laps they've got for the initial qualifying. No one's on a fast lap, everyone's on an out lap at the moment. Cullinan is the guy that's going to hopefully get us the whole way round this racetrack, and we can talk about the whole track. So you come out of the Porsche curves, you head down towards the Ford chicane, where you will start your lap. 3.5 minutes ago was the last time you were here. Really tricky, 2 really tricky chicanes there. Then you're on that power and across that start finish line ready. And here we go, Cullinan on the hot lap. You've got the Dunlop curve here, and then into the Dunlop chicane. Getting changed down, you're slowing down all the way through this corner, then back on the power, up towards the very aptly named S's. Surely, the track's been around so long, they would have come up with a better name for it than just S's. But it is what it is. And then you've got Central Rouge. Takes you around to the right hand side. You want to get on the power as quickly as possible, not over that white line, because that will give you a penalty. He may have got away with that though, we'll soon see. And then it is flat out. No, he didn't get away with it. He got that half-second penalty. MTE power indeed. How you doing, Chas? I am pretty sure you have. I've commentated on one of your races before, buddy. Sure, I have. I think I did at Daytona, the Porsches. I think that was round 3. So he going into the first of those chicanes, and again up this straight, and I can never pronounce straight. It's or something along those lines. But I'm not going to risk it. I'm bad enough with people's names. And here he is going up the road. You've got this second chicane here. You stay right hand side, get on those brakes, turned in down to 3rd gear, and then on the power again. Now you've obviously got battery power you can use here as well to give you a bit of a boost, but you want to be using it at the right time. So for overtaking, maybe even defending. Certainly want to be using it on qualifying to give you the best possible start to the race. And a big turn in here, big right-hander. Very easy to spin coming out of there. You know, you've been on the power for a significant time already, and you want to be getting back on it. That's your first, after the chicane, really, that's your first real big braking zone, and you want to be getting back on that power quickly. The worst thing that you can do there is just stamp on that power too early. Something I'm very guilty of. Little lift there on the brakes, get it turning, catch that apex. You drift as wide as you dare. Remember, there's gravel there on that right hand side, you've got to be careful. And then again, a big break into the right hander at Indianapolis and the marsh. There you go, then you're up the road. This is essentially what they call I don't call it anything, but it's the Porsche straight, because you come up here and into the very tricky Porsche curve section. Now, is anyone actually going to do some qualifying? We've got 10 in the room from 12 expected. I'm assuming that they're not coming. They were in the practice room, so I think we can only assume that they're not coming. But just waiting to get underway now, and this is incredibly frustrating, especially for you guys watching, to see this farting around with waiting for qualifying. They're not all in the lobby, but I think if you're not in the lobby by now, especially when you've already been in the practice lobby, you know what time it starts. You know, just get on with it. You know, people are, people plan their races around their personal lives, and sometimes people just don't want to be hanging around. You know, it is. You know, for me, it's only 8:30 in the evening, but across Europe, it's much later. And you know, we've got a guy there in the United States. It's I think to be fair, I think it's the middle of the afternoon for him, so he's probably he's got plenty of time in his hands. But it is later across other parts of Europe. You know, 1 and 2 hours ahead of here. So you know, it's 10 o'clock at night in some places. So I think we just get on with it. That's my personal opinion, anyway. You're right, Paul. It's such a cool circuit. And, you know, I don't think there's one part of this circuit that I don't like. You know, it can be tricky and it can punish you. And if you've had a really bad couple of sectors and you can't get a lap to hold in, it can be frustrating. But it's so much fun. So much fun. It's the most fun you can have with your clothes on, shall we say. Okay. I think it's time to start now, guys. I need like a line into these guys to say, come on, let's get it started. I may as well let you know what's coming up on Black Plate TV. So tomorrow we are back to see who is. Yes, I am the streamer indeed. Yes, we're back tomorrow with round 2 of the Lithuanian Championship. The very best drivers from Lithuania all battling out in GR3 cars. If you haven't seen round 1 at Barcelona, it's on this page. Check it out. It was a great race. Really, really cool race. And round 2 from Spa. Again, another great racetrack. Is live tomorrow from 7:30 here on Black Flag Racing TV. So check that out. It's there's some great drivers in that Lithuanian Championship, and they are battling out to find out who is the greatest Lithuanian driver. Yeah, you are. And I still owe you for. It wasn't he who gave me the tips. It was Laganajuri, wasn't it? I think it was Apiyama actually. Gave me some tips around this track, and it knocked nearly 6 seconds off my lap time when it was in the dailies a few months back now. So thank you for that. But obviously, we haven't seen him about since today. Right, so everyone's here. It's clear what's going on. There's 11 people in. There's one that's got internet issues. Let's get cracking, shall we? There are 21 people watching and waiting for something to happen. Let's get a drink on board. Yeah, so while we're waiting for qualifying, so as I said, we've got Lithuania Championship tomorrow. Monday is the first week of GR4 Lottery, and I think we're about ready to go. Yeah, GR4 Lottery. Anyone that was about last week will know on Monday we picked the cars. There are 15 cars in a hat, and they were put on a wheel of fun, shall we say? And they were allocated through the lottery. Some got some good cars, some not so good cars. But we start that tournament on Monday, and that will be live here as well. So don't miss it. And I'm currently in negotiations with a stateside based racing league, and we may be seeing that as well next week. But I will let you know about that. It's not official yet. As soon as it is official, I will tell you. Right, so everyone's out. This is the out lap. This is where it matters most. Cullinan, risky replicant from the United States. Pepsi from the UK. I'm from the UK. I've got to be rooting for Pepsi there. Nirian from Poland. A lot of Polish in this group. Sija from the Czech Republic. Dobry den, Sija. Dobry den. Or Dobry notes at this time of the day, actually. Bartek from Poland. There is Arjun. Did I just see? I did. Bartek off the track. Naughty, shouldn't be resetting like that. He should. What is going on? Okay. Time of day wrong, apparently. I think that's supposed to be late morning, isn't it? Oh well. It's done now, isn't it? Tick-ins, they all know I'm here. Doobie-doobie-doo. And cancel entry so I don't have to drive. Because I haven't practiced. Right, well, here we go again. You got. Sony have got to take some responsibility for how difficult and complicated it is to get lobbies going. It's so much easier in GT Sport. And I don't see why they can't just transfer everything they did there over to GT7. It's not rocket science, is it? Anyway, back to the Runners Riders. Pepsi GT from the UK. Risky Replicant from the US. Sija from the Czech Republic. Bartek from Poland. Giamp from Italia. Nirian from Poland. And One Up G from also Italia. Adron from Poland. Binu. I know I'm saying it wrong, but that's what I'm going with. Binu from Poland. And then we've got Zaboniero 13 from Greece. We've got Cullinan also from Greece. And then there's me at the bottom of the list from sunny UK. So everybody on their outlap. Pepsi is first out. Let's have a look from outside his car. And that's the Gran Turismo Borderless Esports livery. And I do like that with the little salamander on the back there. Don't know what that represents, but it's pretty damn cool. Oh, actually, it might be that. It will be for the sponsor, the Printalino sponsors, of course. Wondered where I'd seen that before. So there is Pepsi GT, who we are on board with at the moment. So he goes into the first big braking zone of this lap. And this is where you start to head back towards the start-finish line. So almost half this track is done in less than a quarter of the time you're actually out there, to be fair. Because you're just going so quickly down the straights. But here we are with Pepsi. We'll see what time he sets in into coming up towards Indianapolis. And then we come round and you've got the big right-hander here before we head into the Porsche section of the track. Here we go. And it's pretty much from when you go through this penalty line and under the Porsche sign, this is where any Porsche, whatever class you're racing, this is where the Porsches just seem to excel. These corners, and the reason they're the points of the Porsche curves is because it is just absolutely designed for Porsches. And nice and flat out through there. Little lift there, little dab of brake just to hug that inside line. Got to be careful not to touch that grass. And there he is. He's out safely, and then it's back on that power. Sticking to that right hand side, and you're picking up your brake point around this point here. That's it. You get it turned in. Apex 1, Apex 2, little dab of power. Apex 1, Apex 2, and then that is it. And we start the first of 2 hot laps here at Le Mans. And Pebsy is away into Dunlop curve, and then big braking zone for the Dunlop chicane. Desperately trying to get on that power earlier, but there he is. 2 in the pits. I'm assuming from that they're not intending on setting a representative time, or they're just going to go with 1. Or maybe they haven't even left the pitch yet. Pay attention. This is where you getting out of that quickly, getting out of that right hander there quickly is such a key to this lap, because you pick up a penalty there. You've still got to do another 2 minutes on the racetrack, carrying that penalty before you can serve it. I'm going to be honest, Paul, and say I think it's manual. I think it's a manually activated boost. But don't hold me to that, because although I bought the car, I haven't actually had a chance to drive it. I was going to do a couple of laps around it today in it, but I got sidetracked. I did other stuff. I've got a missus, and she makes me do stuff around the house. Furnishes me with lists. So I didn't actually get a chance to do it today. And then when I did sit down to do something after, I was fighting around on a different game for a bit. Evening, Harmonist, how you doing? Looking forward to tomorrow. I see you've been practicing hard on Spa, so looking forward to that. So to answer your question, Paul, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's manual. I'm sure I heard Patrick moaning about it yesterday or the day before. Yeah, I think it was the day before yesterday. He was having a bit of a moan about it. So sector time's looking pretty decent so far. You certainly want to be. I think the ideal is that you're under 2 minutes as you come into this section here. Pebsy, look, I think it's just outside that 2 minute mark, 2:01 I think it was, which is a good time. Here into Indianapolis. On that power. Avoid that like the plague. And there you get turned again. Get this turned in. Get on that power quickly. Loads of road you can use there. You can drift really far out. Just got to be careful not to clip that thing. You've not got the $3 million to buy it. To be fair, I had to do. I had to grind the Spa 30-minute. This Le Mans 30-minute and the Spa 1 hour to get the money I pay for it. And through these tricky turns towards the end of this lap, what time is he going to put on the board? We're looking at around a 3:30, 3:31 maybe in terms of qualifying time. Although saying that, I could be wrong here. This could be quick. This could be very, very quick. A 3 at 23.7. There we go. Risky Replicant. He is next across the line. Has he improved? He has. He has done a 3:23.6, so 1/10 quicker. Bartek, can he get himself on the front row? Bartek cannot. Drop way down the order. Z Kunanen get himself onto row 2. Nirian coming through now. Can he get onto the front row? Certainly not with that time so far. That's going to drop him way down the order. That leaves him in 5th, 4.5 seconds behind Bartek. That's not a good lap there. One up Monaco. He does a 3:25.6. So he is going to go for another lap and hopefully can improve this time. So everyone dropping down the order. Seeger 346.8. Giant with 342.4. Arjun, he's coming across the line now. This looks quick. And Adron puts himself onto pole with a phenomenal 323.3. That is a very, very quick qualifying time. 0.3 up on Risky Replicants. So at the moment on the first row, it's Adron from Poland, from Risky Replicant for the United States. Pepsi GT in third with Zaboniero from HKRT in fourth place, joining on the second row. Kulinen with a penalty. He's very doubtful he's going to improve on that 3:24.5 with a half-second penalty there. So he is currently sitting on row 3, but in danger of not being able to improve and maybe losing that. Bartek joins him on row 3 with a 24.7, which is a pretty decent lap in the scheme of things. And he has just gone purple in that sector, so maybe looking at a big improvement here. As I said, we wanted to be under the 2-minute mark when we come around this bend, and he's well under that 2-minute mark, looking very good for a push through that order. A 1:55.9, that is purple. That is going to push him right up the order if he continues with this kind of pace. One up Monaco. He's also got purple sectors to his name. Currently sitting on row 4 with Nirian for company. Binyu is just behind them on row 5 with Seeger from the Czech Republic next to him. Giamp from Italy is at the moment at the back of the pack with a 3:42.4, but he is chucking in some purple sectors now. How purple are they? But at the moment, the quickest man out there he is, Adron from Poland with a 2:23.3, 0.3 quicker than anyone else. Yes, I'll see you tomorrow, Alan. This is really looking forward to it, mate. It's going to be a good one, I think. Already hotting up even after one race. So Adron at the moment looking very, very quick into Indianapolis and towards the final part of this racetrack. And it's easy to keep out of each other's way, actually, to be fair, around here, because it is such a long racetrack. I suppose you could try and pick up a slipstream during qualifying, but the danger of doing that is that if you are significantly quicker and that slipstream gives you that extra pace, you're then going to be struggling to get past the person who you've gone out behind. So I think you're better off in qualifying to give yourself a little bit of room. Not give anyone slipstream and not get any yourself either. Only green, they're not setting purple sectors. Risky Replicant has taken pole position with a 3:21.8. What a phenomenal lap that is. 1.4 seconds quicker. And there we go. Now the lap times are tumbling. There is Seeger with a 3:20.9. Anyone going to go under 3 minutes 20 as they start pulling over? Giamp with a 3:22. So we see Adron gets himself up back onto the first row, the front row, with a 3:21. Zabonieri down to 5th. Kulinen in 7th, because we see Binyu, the only name I'm struggling with 3:22.7. Pepsi GT down in 8th place. One up in 9th. Bartek in 10th. Nirian in 11th place. At the very back of the pack, his best lap was a 3:23.2. Although for some reason it's showing a 3:29.3 as being his best lap. So possibly picked up a penalty, or yeah, he did. He picked up a penalty, which he's still got. So that lap time won't count. So that is qualifying over and done with. We've got Seeger from Adron, Risky Replicants, Pepsi, One Up, Bartek, Bernie, Zabonieri, Kulinen, Pepsi, One Up, Bartek and Nirian. That makes up your grid this evening, or certainly for race 1. Remember, we've got 4 races today. The other 3 after this will only be a single lap qualifying. They've had 2 opportunities here. You won't get that again. I'm just jotting down where everybody is. I suppose I could just screenshot it. That would make my life a lot easier, wouldn't it? There we go. Just waiting now for, I think everyone's home, so there's no reason why we cannot get started. Or maybe there is. Everyone seems to be very slow today getting things going. For whatever reason that might be. I know we've lost one already. Was having some connection problems. But we should have found that out a bit earlier, shouldn't we? I think if we'd got going a bit earlier, we wouldn't be having this problem. That's everyone. Everyone's there, are they? Yep, everyone is there. So, what are we waiting for, guys? I think we are ready to start, are we not? Or are we not? James qualified third. Good on him. Do you know where Patrick qualified, Paul? Quite look forward to watching that race later. Right, so what are we waiting for now? Because we are ready to go. Usually what happens when you finish qualifying is you start racing. Well, that's usually what happens anyway. Everyone's home, aren't they? Seja, Adron, Risky Replicants, Giamp, Binu, Zaboniero, Kulinan, Pebzi, One Up, Bartek, Nirian, and myself. So everyone has completed their lap. A 3:22.3. That would have been good enough for where here? That would have been good enough for 4th on the grid here. So pretty pretty damn good. So the lobby's bugged. Just what a surprise, should I say? I've had my usual rant about the state of the lobbies here, but here we go. Bugged bloody lobbies. What can we say? What can you say about it? If you can't get the lobby started, then I don't know what to suggest. Maybe we should just scrap the lobby and go again. Single lap, get cracking. Because I've got to say, for an 8 o'clock start, or 8 o'clock UK start, we are already 50 minutes in. We should have completed at least one race by now. Is what it is. Is what it is. So a decision needs to be made, and a decision needs to be made quickly as to what happens now. If it's bugged and we can't start, then you've got to start a new lobby. Just get on with it. Oh, with it not starting. Wonder how many other groups had this problem. If they had the problem, of course. Just having a look, see if I've got anything on the stream I can entertain you guys with in the meantime. I don't think I have. I didn't prepare any alternative entertainment. What appears to be the problem. Now, do you know what? Piosco, is that how you pronounce it? I've been very critical on pretty much every stream about them. You know, if this was the first time they'd done it, then you could. Oh, that's pronounced iron, is it? I've just seen that. Thank you. It's not Azuron, it's iron. Iron. Okay. I'll probably forget, but cheers for that. Yeah, I think you think if this is the first time Sony had done this, then you could understand a lot of teething problems and a lot of issues. But it's not. And if you look at GT Sport and how well that does things, you know they've got the capability of doing it correctly. So I don't understand why they can't do it correctly here. Now, is it because is it simply a cross-platform issue? And if that's the case, then maybe they need to consider doing as games like Assetto Corsa have done, and not allowing cross-platform. They're essentially splitting the game into PS4 or PS5. I know that's going to cause a few problems. And even within our own group of Black Flag Racing, I understand that there's going to be some that are PS4 and some that are PS5, and it may cause problems in that respect. But they need to do something, because at the moment, the people are leaving this game and they're going elsewhere, and they're not going to come back. But that's what it is. So we are all in the pits. Let me leave there for a second. There we go. We are finally starting. So how about that then? As quickly as it's not letting me. It's not giving me any information though, is it? Let's go back in again. That's better, huh? And they are away. And how well are they away? Well, at the moment, there doesn't really any problems at all. Seja in the lead, retains that lead. Iron in second place. Risky Replicant in third. So they're away as they qualified so far. And Risky Replicant moves up into second place. Good move there, up ahead of Iron. As we see Jam moving up. We see Pebsy moving up. And we see Binu. What's going on? We've lost some people. We are down to just 6. Everyone disappearing out of the group. That was a bit of an anticlimax, because we did start and then we didn't start. So here we go again. Wow. Let me tick in quickly. There we go. Ticky, ticky, ticky. I think what they're going to have to do is just bloody start. There we go. I wish I had an answer. I don't have an answer. We found a little workaround in Black Flag. We found a little workaround, but it just means that only one. Essentially, we found one person that can host every race without, or 2 people that can host every race pretty much without a problem. It does put a lot of onus on them to be there to host. But it is what it is. Unfortunately, this is it's a crazy game that we play. Waiting for Giamp Zaboniero and Bin. I'm going to call him Bin because I keep pronouncing it wrong. Bin to tick in. So let's just have them tick in and let's just go. Is this a bit like well, see, this is where the problem with not being able to set the grid comes in, Piosco. Yeah, so to be fair, there's a few issues here. I'll tell you what the issues are. Is that's this afternoon, and I'm sure it's supposed to be late morning. I'm pretty sure you're right, and it should be a rolling start. What do I suggest? I don't know what the answer is. Well, the answer is to get it right in the first place. Yeah, I think Jamp's right. Red Cross all. They just refresh and start the race, and it is what it is. But you're right. It's not supposed to be a. I was a bit surprised actually when I saw a good start because I was pretty sure it was supposed to be a rolling start. Not a big fan of rolling start, apart from when you're doing the slowest first reverse grid. think that's the only time a rolling start should be used. I think it should be grid start after qualifying, because the faster guys are out in front anyway, and you would think that they would pull away. The only time you don't want a grid start is when you're doing a reverse grid type situation and you've got slow guys out front getting absolutely melted into turn one. So I don't know what's happening. I don't know whether they're going to be qualifying again. I really don't know. So talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, try and start it. Let's see how you get on. Everyone's in the pits. Everyone's ready to go. Just click the start button, man. What's the worst that could happen? The race actually starts. Thank you for all sticking with it. We are, and we're an hour into the stream, guys. We're an hour into the stream, and I don't know if we've even got qualifying going. Okay, so there are no cars on the grid. This is interesting. What the hell is going on? There's literally nobody there. Oh, they are doing a rolling start. There we go then. Here we go. Rolling starts. And we are away finally. And guess what? I have to exit and jump back in because it won't give me that view. There we go. So Seizure from Risky Replicants. Who's that behind him? I can't even see. Oh, God. And again, why? I don't understand what is going on. What a pain in the arse. It's lucky I'm not a professional, isn't it? Well, there we go. Paul, this takes me back to, I think we had a run where we had an absolute nightmare getting it started. And I was pretty critical then, but this is worse. Why do we need qualifying? Everyone started pretty much where they should have done, did they not? That's what I think. That's what we do with our. If we're having a nightmare getting things started, we just start the race in whatever order it bloody starts in. But that's, I suppose that's down to the guys at GTFUSION to decide how they do this. But yeah, it was a nightmare. I remember rightly, absolute nightmare. But we got there in the end. Yeah. I suppose the GTFUSION guys need to look at this. I mean, it is what it is. There's enough lobby problems as it is. But we're an hour into this broadcast, and we haven't had one race yet. We've got 4 of them to do. And those of you who met me will know that I need my beauty sleep because I'm not a looker. And also need to smoke at some stage. So I don't know what's going on. There's my little tick in, there's my tick out. Right, I'm assuming they're all qualifying again. That's my assumption, that they are all qualifying again. Yeah, let's have a Let's chat. That's not one. So go for qualification. Yeah, well, if you're going for qualification, then go. Just get on with it. So that we're qualifying again. Everyone on their outlap. Do you know what I'm going to do? Because I've been hanging around for an hour chatting this. I'm going to go for a smoke while everyone does their outlap. I will be back shortly. I'll leave you with the. There we go. Beautiful view of the original pole sitter Seizure going around on his outlap. I'll be back shortly. Ha! I return. Have I missed anything exploding? Well, clearly not. Doesn't look that way. I have not missed anything exploding. So we've got some hot laps occurring. I know we haven't. We've got some out laps still occurring. I did like a whole thing before I get off. You are right. You don't get this on Forza, but that's because Forza's shit. Don't get me wrong. The old Forza games. I used to be an Xboxer. I'm now a PlayStationer. I can't afford both. I'm too poor. The old Forzas were good, but these Forza Horizon bullshit are rubbish. Not a big fan of those at all. Seizure, for some reason, is going into pits on what is supposed to be his outlap. That's because he was on hard tyres. I'm assuming he's going in for some medium-shaped tyres. Matt, you know what? Hopefully they can fix it, but they don't seem to want to, because you think about how many updates we've had since this game came out, and not one update. Who's an Xboxer? Oh, very funny. Very, very funny, Paul. Yes, the fat ones. Yeah, so back to if they fix it. If you think about how many updates they've had since the game started, since the game came out, one update was for lobbies, and they didn't do a great deal with that. Not a great deal at all. So I don't hold up. I'm not holding my breath, mate. To be honest, not holding my breath. Yeah, an Xbox is somebody who plays Xbox. I'm not entirely sure that's a thing. But I think if I say it enough, it will become a thing. And then everybody will praise me like Shakespeare, creating new words. So there is Pebsy at the moment, first out on track. Willie set. Well, we know where the benchmark is. The benchmark is a 3 minute 20. Like, that's the benchmark we're looking at. That's what we know Siege has got in the tank. And so everybody else now knows what it is they are looking for. And I just wanted to say, this has been streamed on 3 platforms, not just here on YouTube. It's also been live on Twitch and on Facebook as well. And we do actually have our first ever follower on Twitch, and that is Goosey Man. So if you're still watching, thank you very much for following. Tell all your friends, and if you want to come and jump over onto YouTube and sub on there as well. Yes, it is PlayStation exclusive, Matt. It is only for the PlayStation. To be fair, they've got issues with cross-platform between PS4 and PS5. Imagine the clusterfuckery it would be if they were trying to do it cross-platform across bloody different consoles and PC and what have you. How you doing, man? How you doing? So I'm assuming you're watching on I don't know if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, to be honest. I've got the multi-stream chat up at the minute. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Do you play GT7? And if not, go out tomorrow and buy a PlayStation. Download, this is your first download, and then come and join us at Black Flag E-Racing, and we'll have some laughs, we'll have some bangs, shits and giggles. So where are we? There is Cullinan with a 3:22. We know there's a 3 minute 20 in there. Who's got it? Zamboniere with a 3:22.0, half a second quicker. Risky Replicant 3:25.9. We know he's quicker than that. Well, anybody that plays Call of Duty will tell you what a nightmare cross-platform is. Because anyone that's on PC that plays Call of Duty, and yeah, no, you're right, Pioska. It barely works on one platform. Call of Duty essentially plays across every platform. Evening, Jason. Good to see you, buddy. So you can play, basically you play with anyone on across all 3 platforms, and those on PC have an edge over everybody else, because the frame rates and everything else are quicker. So it is a lot of fuckery, for want of a better expression. Oh yeah, I forgot. Have you fitted it now, Jason? Have you fitted your tree brake? So currently pole sitter is Zaboniero, half second quicker than Cullinan, who joins him on the front row. Row 2 is Bin with Nirian. Bin is 1 second quicker than Nirian. Nirian with a 3:23.6. We know those guys out there faster than that. Row 3 at the minute is 1 up with Risky Replicant. Risky Replicant definitely quicker than that. He was 3rd on the grid. Oh, awesome. Oh, look, there's another Urban Fire. Good evening, Urban Fire. This is Urban Pirate. Everybody's got to change their name to Urban. No, you absolutely, Jay. Look, I know I'm slow as shit, but I'm quicker than I was without it. That's the easiest way to describe it. I'm quicker than I was without it. Bartek in 8th place at the moment with Pebsy in 9th. We've got Sieger, who we know has got a 3:20 in the locker, for just ahead of Giamp at the moment, and there is me listed at the back, where I would normally be anyway, if I was qualifying for this. So Iron is currently the pole sitter, and I said it right. How about that? And that is a very quick time. There is the 3:20 we were looking for. 3 minutes 20.7. And that is 1.2 seconds faster at the moment than anybody else on this racetrack. And he's going purple. Zaboniero, he is not going to improve with a penalty. Because a half-second penalty isn't half a second. because of where it is on the racetrack, it costs you closer to 2, maybe 3 seconds. Because of where it is. Cullinan currently third. Is he looking quick? Let's see when he goes for a sector what that's saying. No, well, that's not going to be quicker, is it? So that wasn't good enough. He didn't improve on his time. Will he stay third though? There is Bin. Bin with a 3:22.6. Is he on a hot lap now? Is it quicker? Currently 2 seconds slower than the lead time. Bartek with a 3:23.2. He won't improve on 6th and drops immediately down to 7th as Seja, there he goes, from the Czech Republic, puts in a 3:20.006. That's quick. That is very, very quick. Excuse me. So I think that's everyone qualified. So that's Seja from Risky Replicant, from Iron, from Zaboniero, sorry. Cullinan, from Bin, from Bartek, Nirian, 1UP G, and GM, and then Pebsy at the back of the pack. Is Pebsy still? No, Pebsy's not on a hot lap. GM is though. GM is still on a hot lap by the looks of things. I know he's not. He's on an out lap. Why is he on an out lap? Should he not just be parked up with everybody else after qualifying? Let's go Risky. Assuming you're in the US, Matt, would that be correct? Big Boss Hoss. Right, so qualifying is over. Seja from Risky Replicants, from Iron, from Zaboniero, Nirian, Cullinan, Bin, Bartek, 1UP G, GAMP, and Pebsy. So what we need now is a start, a race start. Please, we need some racing, man. We need some racing. I've been talking for an hour and 15 minutes. Pretty much about nothing at all. Thank you very much, Matt. I'm not sure the condolences are really good going to her though. But the thought is very welcome. No, Jason, Paul is absolutely right with that. It is a bit of a ball ache. What I did is I started with the middle one. Sort of felt how that worked out. Then went harder and then realised I didn't like that at all. And then went softer and realised I didn't like that either. And then ended up with the one I started with. But I think if you start in the middle, it gives you a good idea. It's really, really easy, Jason. Really, really easy. So what happens now? Are we just going to sit here and watch again? I bloody hope not. Still not starting. I don't know what to say really. I really don't know what to say. Hour and 17 minutes in, and we haven't had one lap of racing yet, and we've got 4 races to do, guys. I mean, come on. It's farcical. That's what it is. If the lobby's not working, then you just have to crack on with what you got. Yes, please. You're right. Please go. Let's start. I've just noticed a little black flag there on the side. Thank you very much, Kevin, for that homage on your livery. Cheers, my friend. I thought you just put that on James and Patrick's car, but clearly not. Isn't it, Paul? It's going to be a bloody long night. I might have to go get a beer out of the fridge in a minute. I'm going to get a beer out of the fridge after this race. Right, we are finally racing. Please tell me that we are continuing to race. That's what we want. And we're away. And obviously I've got to do this. And I've got to do this because I wanted that view. There we go. So Seeger does retain the lead from the start. Risky Replicant in second. Iron in third. No change at the moment from qualifying positions. And everyone through the first few turns, nice and safely through the Dunlop section. And here we go into the first test of braking. And we come round, and this little dab of brakes here, keeping it just inside those white lines, and then on the power, and off we go up the road. Seeger in the lead, giving plenty of slipstream to the cars behind. How much slipstream? That's the thing. At the moment, all very, very close. Seeger, Risky Replicant, Iron, Zaboniero, Nirian, Cullinan, Bin, Bartek. Bartek not close enough to get any slipstream as we go into the first of those two chicanes there. Pebsy up to 9th place. 1.5 second penalty though. He's not going to stay there with that penalty. One up G. He is the two Italians at the back of the pack at the moment. One up G and Giamp. So at the moment it's Czech Republic from the United States. Then we've got Poland, Greece. Poland, Greece. So that pole there, Nirian, is in a bit of a Greek sandwich right now. Everyone really, really close together. Listen, Jason, you're very welcome to a beer, mate. If you want to hop in the car and drive to London, I will furnish you with all the beer you like. But I'm not coming up there to bring one to you. So Seeger, Risky Replicant, just starting to show their pace. Risky Replicant trying to crawl over the back of Seeger at the moment, and their teammates. So for them, it's about are they going to work together here for the good of the team, or are they just going to race balls out? Now everybody, I think, is started on. Well, no, Seeger is on the hard tyres. Everybody else running the medium compound. And Risky Replicant takes the lead of this race, but Seeger is on those hard tyres. Everybody else has still got to run them. Seeger's going to be racy come the end of this. Does he retain second place? He does, but at the moment this is the view from behind him. Iron is right up the back of Seeger, looking for some sort of opening, and you can see Risky Replicant up there in the distance starting to pull away, and Arjun makes that move. Can he make it stick as they go into the Porsche curves here? No, Seeger does stay ahead. He can't get round him at this stage. And that's how close he is. He's right in behind, right up on that gearbox of Seeger, looking for an opening. But Seeger, very calm, held the car on the road, and is getting a very, very good response from those hard tyres. Fuel-wise, everyone looking good for fuel at the moment. And there is going to be a splash needed. This is the first lap completed. We're finally, hurrah, completed a lap of racing here at Le Mans. That is lap number 1 over. We are on lap 2. We have Risky Replicant out in front. The lead is 1.6 seconds. Little bit of a lag going on there. Let's have a look at Seeger. There is Seeger there. Well, something happened because that gap is down to just 1 second now. In fact, under a second. Seeger there is half a second up from Iron, just pulling away a little bit, but he's going to find himself under pressure very soon. Then we are 8 tenths back to Zaboniero from the Hellenic Knights racing team, getting nice and close. I think that's going to be a penalty. He's over those white lines. That's a half-second penalty for me. Nirian, he is half a second behind. If he can't get him on the straight here with the slipstream, he will get him when that penalty served, although it looks like he didn't get a penalty. He just got away with that. There's someone who has got a penalty. Kunanen, 2 seconds of it. That is going to cost him dearly. Absolutely. It does, doesn't it? It does look like they are being fast forward, but they are very, very quick cars. In fact, we'll have a look at top speed at the end of the straight, because I'm doing it in MPH. So we'll have a little look and see what they get up to. So Cullinan there is 2-second penalty he's got in the bag. There's been there just behind him. Not close enough to get any slipstream. So without a slipstream, what's the top speed before he breaks? 208. Just touching 208 at the end of that straight. We'll have a look at the end of the other one because it's slightly longer, isn't it? He has cut that down to a second. Will pick up a little bit of slipstream there, but not a great deal. 1.9 seconds back to Bartek. Bartek with G-Amp from Italy for company. And he has got past Pebsy. Pebsy from the UK, down in 10th place at the moment, finds himself in a bit of an Italian sandwich. And there we go. So we've got Italian that side. 2.7 seconds back to Pebsy. And he has got one up, G. I'm assuming the Monaco is not where he's from. Or it could be. Although Monaco's not anywhere near Italy. He is half a second behind Pebsy and bearing down on the back of him. No change out front, apart from the fact that that gap is now 1.7 seconds back to Iron. But Iron has got himself now round Seeger. But remember, Risky Replicant and Iron both running the medium compound. Seeger is using the hard compound. But sticking with that front three. And the front three at the moment are a second clear of the rest of the pack. But still not spreading out too much. Zaboniero running well in fourth. He has got Nirian for company, but Nirian not been able at this stage to get close enough to make an overtake. Been in sixth place. No slipstream for him, but he's not giving up any either. He needs to close that gap if he wants to stand a chance of getting into the top three in this race number one. We're on lap 2 of this 6-lap race at Le Mans in the Toyota GR010 hybrid Group 1 car. And Seeger into the pits. He's ditching those hard tyres now, and he's going to go racy on those mediums. Did he go in a little bit early? I'm looking at the state of the mediums after 2 laps, and for me, I would maybe run 3 and 3. But it certainly looks like he's going for 2 on the hards and 4 on those mediums. So Risky Replicant is now 3.3 seconds clear and putting in purple sectors, and he has the fastest lap. That is qualifying pace he has put in under race conditions, a 3:22.9. Now that's a really good lap under race conditions and without slipstream. That's a very, very good lap. Iron is 3 seconds behind. But he's got a 2-second gap over Zaboniero in 3rd place, who has picked up a half-second penalty, which is going to cost him and will put him into the clutches of Nirian. Nirian will most certainly have a bite at 3rd. Now, they haven't pit yet. Been there, he's moved up to 5th place with Seeger pitting. Cullinan 1.8 seconds behind him with a 1-second penalty, and he's going to have G-Amp bearing down on him when he serves that penalty. G-Amp just needs to close the gap a little bit to capitalise on that penalty as best he can. And there is Bartek in 8th place. He has moved down the order actually, with G-Amp moving up. Is he heading backwards towards Pebsy? At the moment, the gap is about 3/4 of a second. So Pebsy looking to get away from the ever rushing of 1UP, who is still half a second behind him, still looking for a way through. Seeger 23 seconds back. He's now on those medium tyres. He's going to be quick. Is he going to be Risky Replicant quick? Because he's going to need to put in a crazy lap time. Now, here is the problem with starting at the wrong time, because it should have been a late morning start. So the darkness is hitting a little bit earlier than we would expect it to. But here it is. This is where the track gets tricky. This is where you start having to brake on instinct, because your brake points aren't going to be, you're going to be looking for them and you won't be able to see them. They might not be where you were expecting them to be. So will the pace slow as it gets dark? I certainly hope not. No change out front at the moment though. Risky Replicant, there he is, still in the lead. 3.4 seconds is the gap now, back to Iron. Will we see him pit in this lap and run a 3-and-3 strategy, or will he be doing a 4-and-2? I think 4-and-2 is probably the strategy everyone's going to run. And there we go, Risky Replicant comes round to complete the halfway point of race number 1. Race number 1 is halfway through, finally, only after an hour and a half, and we are finally halfway through race number 1. And race number 1 at the moment is being dominated by Risky Replicant, who look to have a little bit of an issue there, because it is 2.7 seconds that gap now. Iron from Poland is closing that gap on the American. Nirian also from Poland, closing down. He's not closing down, he's being dropped at the moment by Iron. Iron is 4.1 seconds ahead of Nirian in third. Nirian dropping actually into the clutches of Zaboniero from Greece, Helegnar Racing Team. He's closing fast on the back of Nirian. Is he going to take that break? And Nirian picks up a half-second penalty. So if Zaboniero can't get him now, he certainly will get him when he serves that penalty very, very soon. And he understands the slipstream so strong, and he breezing past him into the chicane. He's got the inside line, and Zaboniero makes that move stick up into third place. Nirian now, he's got the slipstream of Zaboniero, but he's got Bin just behind him, picking up a bit of a slipstream from him, and he will be looking to capitalise on that penalty. Giamp has moved up the order now, well up the order, up into 6th place, starting to show some pace he is, and he's closing fast on the back of Bin. Pepsi GT, the Brit, 3 seconds is the gap to Giamp, because it looks like we've got Bartek has pit. He's pit for those hard tyres, so he's gone for the 3-and-3 strategy. Kulinen has also gone for the 3-and-3 strategy. We're soon going to find out which is the better of the two strategies here. I know that there may be some that run 4 laps on the medium. We are yet to see which is the best option here. Risky Replicant still has the fastest lap with a 3:21.8. We were expecting to see Seeger putting in some blistering time. Now, this is his opportunity. This lap 4 is where he can put in that blistering time. His lap 3 was obviously an out lap. He was not going to beat the lap time then, but is he going to do it now? He's 26 seconds back from the pack who have yet to pit. So everyone up to 8th place still to pit. And let's have a quick look out. Who's that with another penalty? No, that's the penalty there being served by Nirian. And we're seeing Bin go through. Are we seeing Bin go through? Was he close enough? He's certainly trying to make that move. He's got the pace. He does go through, but does he make it stick? He does make it stick. He's up into 4th place. And Nirian now falling into the clutches of Giamp, the lead Italian driver, who's closing fast, looking to make hay while the sun shines, while Nirian is off the back of a penalty. But out front, no change. Risky Replicant. Here he comes into the pits, swaps out those medium tyres, which was starting to look a little bit ropey. He is followed by Iron. Zamboniero, he goes in. Everyone pulling into the pits now. Everyone in. Are we going to see everyone down to 8th place? And yes, we are. Everybody into the pits now. Now, how far will Seeger get? Seeger just coming through the Porsche curves now into this final sector of the racetrack. As we see the light just disappearing. And all we see are headlights. And into the lit part of the course. So we see Seeger now coming through the Ford chicane up to the start-finish line. Risky Replicant out already in the lead from Iron. So actually Seeger, that early pit stop didn't work. Actually wasn't a very strong strategy. It's cost him at least 3 places. Zabulero is in third still. Seeger up into fourth. Does make a move around Bin. Bin with a 3-second penalty. He's crossed that dreaded white line coming out the pits and cost himself 3 seconds. That is absolutely devastating. A 3-second penalty there. He's got Giamp half a second behind. He's got Pebsy 1.2 behind. And they've got Nirian is about half a second behind them. So he could very well lose 3 places when he serves that 3-second penalty. Maybe even 4 with one up just 1.2 behind Nirian. So we'll keep an eye on that because that is going to be a very, very difficult time for Bin in with that 3-second penalty. At the back of the pack, Kudanen, he is right at the back of the pack. He's now on those hard tyres. We are on lap 5. There are 2 laps remaining. This is the business end of the race now. The business end of this first of 4 racings. You know what? You're absolutely right, Paul. I think we said this before, is that if it wasn't for the amazing graphics both in and outside the car and the sound quality, I think it's the only thing that is keeping people engaged with this game and tolerating the little lobby issues is things like this. I mean, if we look on board now, I mean, that is a phenomenally good view. The graphics there are very, very good. It makes me happy, and if it makes me happy, I can then try and make you happy. I mean, the little detail, like up in the right hand side there of the onboard computer is very special. This is who we should be on board with, though. Risky Replicants, 3.3 seconds clear. Looks absolutely untouchable. Absolutely untouchable in this race. Was quick from the outset and hasn't really been under any pressure for this entire race. Did a really good job early doors, got himself into second place and settled into a nice rhythm. Can't close the gap on Risky Replicant, but he's now 6.4 clear of Zaboniero in third place, and he himself has built up a 7-second gap back to Seeger. So Seeger has made his way back up to fourth. That early pit stop has cost him a couple of places here. Can he close that 8-second gap? Well, for me, I don't think there's enough time. I think with coming to the end of lap 5, going to start lap 6, he's not 8 seconds quicker. Certainly not 8 seconds quicker than Risky Replicant. He's the fastest man out there. His quickest lap has been a 3:28. So he isn't actually putting in blisteringly quick lap times, either on the mediums or now on the on the hard tyres or now on those mediums. Giamp really closing in on the back there. I think Siege is going to find himself under a bit of pressure. The only saving grace Siege is going to have is that he's going to have slightly better traction on those medium tyres. Pebsy, go Great Britain, there he is in 6th place. Not close enough really to put any dent into Giamp from Italy at this time. But he needs to close that gap to about half a second if he wants to stand a chance of having a pop somewhere in the final sectors of this race. We're on the final lap, lap 6 of race number 1. But don't go anywhere because we've got 3. That's like 3 more races after this. Hopefully they don't take as long to get started as this one did. But 3 more after this. So Pebsy there in 6th. We have Nirian in 7th place, and he's dropping off the back of that battle. And at the moment dropping into the clutches of the second Italian. What up, G? I'm sorry I'm saying it like that. It's just it's a funny name. That's all there is to it, really. He's 5 seconds clear of Bin, who dropped way down the order. He looked early doors. He looked like he might have a little run on the top 3, but he is way down the order, but not as far down as Kunin is in 10th place. And we've lost somebody from this race. There were 11 runners. Have we had a disconnection or a rage quit? I'm not sure who we've lost. I'll have a look in a second. But Bin in 9th place and Kunin in 10th place. So, bit of change at the back. Who's got a penalty? 1 second penalty from Giamp. So that's gonna give his countryman the real opportunity. So the lead Italian will have to give up his place here to the second Italian in 1UP, who's going to easily breeze past him when he serves that 1 second penalty very, very soon. But back out front, there he is. There is our race leader, Risky Replicant. Took the lead and never looked back. Has dominated from the very, very start. And doing a very good job of it as well. 3 minutes 21.8 is the fastest lap. That is only 1.8 seconds slower than the qualifying lap that Seja put in of a 3:20.0. So that as a race pace is absolutely phenomenal. Iron comfortably in second place, and I think we'll come home there now. I don't think we're going to see any change down the order. We certainly won't see a change there. Pepsi did a really good job way at the back of the pack, worked his way forward. So Risky Weapon takes the lead, takes the win. Iron takes second place. Zabonieri, he will come home for third place. As we see him just crossing the line now. There he is in third. Pepsi GT, great job from him. Moved up the order, got himself up to fourth place. He will take fourth. Seja cost himself a couple of places with an early pit stop in fifth, with Nirian in sixth. 1UP did take that position from Giamp, finishes in seventh. He is the lead Italian. Giamp comes home in eighth place, Bin in ninth place, and Kunanen 39. That's you heard it here, folks. 39 seconds back. On his pit lap, he had an absolute nightmare by the looks of it, and the lap afterwards as well wasn't too tasty. So we have just 10 runners left. Who have we lost? Pebsy, 1UP's there. Someone's left, and I'm going to find out who it is. Give me a second. Bartek has left us now. Has he left us for rage quitting purposes, or did he have some sort of disconnection? We can certainly look back over the footage and make a judgment call on that as to whether it was a rage quit. And if it was a rage quit, I'm going to say it now. Suck it up. Rage quitting is for pussies. Great result there from Risky Replicant. Takes a well-deserved lead. My driver of the race, though, has got to be Pepsi. Looked down and out right at the beginning of this race. But absolutely melted it through the pack. Kept it clean, got himself up to fourth place. Good, solid race. Zaboniero picks up some great points there for an Ignite Racing team. And Iron as well, picking up some really solid points there in second. So race number 1 is done. That is 6 laps around Le Mans in that starry night sky. And that is over. 3:21.8 is the race pace to beat. We'll see if anyone beats that in race number 2. The fastest lap in qualifying was a 3:20.006, and that was done by Seja. Seja, who pitted early this time out, doesn't look to me that was the right strategy. Will he change his strategy for race number 2 and start on the mediums as everyone else did, and then just do a couple of laps at the end on the hard tyres? So it looks that the best strategy was 4 on mediums and 2 on hards. Every other strategy seems to have pretty much lost out for people. So we're over, we're done and we're dusted. Everyone's finished. There we go. We can now move on to race number 2. And I think we just go straight into it. Why are we hanging about? Let's get straight in. Get that qualifying done and move on. Let's tick in very quickly, just so there's no further issues. So what started as 12 became 11. We lost straight away before we even started. We lost Rotke from GXF, who's Etty Iron's teammate. So we lost him early doors. He had problems with getting in. Looks to be a bit of an issue between Seja and Kunanen. Don't know what I missed. But we are going to set up a new lobby. Personally, I think just reset this lobby because this one works. But no, I'm going to set a new lobby. And then we lost Bartek, either to a rage quit or to a disconnection. I didn't save the race in time, so I can't check anyway. But who cares? Yes, USA, indeed. So Europe didn't do it this time out. It was all about USA. Risky Replicant takes the win in race number 1. Can he repeat it in race number 2? That's the question. Do we have an entirely different top 3 for race number 2? There's only one way you're going to find out, and that is if you stick with us here at Black Flag Racing TV. And we're just going to wait for this new room to be created, and we will jump in and get cracking with race number 2. Oh, yeah, connection problems. Okay. It's unfortunate. But to be fair, if we'd started at 8 o'clock, he could have got 3 races out of the way by now. That's cool. I did say I didn't know either way. But some of these guys know me, Jason and Paul, know my feelings on rage quitting. It's but yeah, I wouldn't expect anyone to rage quit at this level anyway. You would imagine that you're all of a very similar pace, so you're not going to be throwing your toys out of pram and disappearing. So looking forward to having him back. Well, here we go. Room currently unavailable. A little bit too quick for Zaboniero there. His name's too long. I'm going to have to call him something else. Still not available. Loving it. It's just as well that GT Fusion only races once a month, because these races are going to take a bloody month to finish. Particularly at this rate. The last I heard, Jason, was Paul update me that James qualified 3rd in race number 1, but that is the only information I've had so far. I'm kind of relying on you guys to be my eyes and ears and have a little listen. Unfortunately, it's not being streamed, so you can't watch it. But I'm hoping I can take the footage and broadcast it later. Assuming, of course, that someone saves the footage. I did ask them to, but doesn't necessarily mean they will. No, I'm not going to track. That would be ridiculous. There's nothing to spectate. Waiting for everyone to jump in. And I think this is a rather apt time to go and have a smoky smoke, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and have a quick smoke. I will be back with you on the flip-flop. I'm back. Right, what's occurring? Why do they want me to go in track? There you go, I went in track. Don't know why they want me in track, because I'm not racing, boy. Would it be funny if it turned out all the problems were because I didn't go onto the track? So, predictions for race number 2. Nice way to plug your channel there, man. You should have stuck it up when there were like 30 viewers and not 6, buddy. No, to be fair, I already gave you a plug, didn't I? So, anyone just joining us that hasn't been here previously, where are we? We are at Le Mans. We are in the Toyota GR010 hybrids, Group 1 car for a 6-lap race for the GT Fusion round 4. There we go, look, that's what we're all about. GT Fusion round 4. Let's go back to the track and have a little look-see. Yeah, GT Fusion round 4. And we're in Group B. Why do you want me to go in the bloody pits? Does he not realise that I can't broadcast from the pit? Right, right, there we go. I can't broadcast from the pit. I've done everything asked of me. I've ticked in, I've ticked out, I've been on the track, shameless plugging, you right. Yeah, there's nothing more I can do. I mean, I'm not racing in this race. We're down to 9. Who else have we lost? Again, we're having problems with this. So I said we should have just stayed in the lobby that was working. Oh, fuck's sake. I'm going back in the bloody room now, watch. There's absolutely no benefit in me being in the pit, is there? So 2/6 for James and 1/7 for Patrick. Okay, not too bad. Room currently unavailable. Well, the room's not bloody working anyway. So let's see what happens this time. Success. There we go. Race in progress. Race not in progress. Right, I'm in the pits. This is getting ridiculous. That's it. Oh, we were missing CJ, so he is coming. Right, enter. Exit. So we're still waiting for CJ to come back. I want this on record now, right? I'm going to put this on record. We had problems with the lobby to start. We got a lobby that worked. I know it's not specifically the rules for GT Fusion, but if you're having lobby problems and you're in a lobby that works, just use that fucking lobby. It's not rocket science, is it? It's literally a computer game. Surely you can work that out for yourself. Right, anyway. I think we are now qualifying. I can't be sure of that. But what are we? We're at 5 to 10. We're at 5 to 10 on a Saturday night. This is already 2 hours from the start time. 5 to 10 in the UK anyway. 2 hours from the start time, and we're yet to start race number 2. We need backup plan. That's what we need, because of the issue with lobbies here on GT7. We need a backup plan. The backup plan is, if you've got a lobby that's working, use the lobby. Don't keep changing the lobby. It's ridiculous. I know we've got the protocols and everything else, but there we go. So what do we got? We've got 10 runners. We are back with 10 runners again. We didn't get Bartak back. Unfortunately, he's having connection problems and couldn't rejoin us. But here we are qualifying for race number 2. I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it, Paul? 2 hours and 6 laps. That's like my lap time around Bathurst the other day. Yeah, I had a bit of a nightmare around Bathurst the other day. I don't know if you were there actually, but I don't know, Jason. I've seen some of your racing, buddy. That's very good. Yeah, I was talking about Bathurst the other day. Yeah, we had a race around Bathurst the other day, and I was doing quite well. I had a decent lap time, so I was doing relatively well. I was up in the top 5 or whatever it was, and then I needed to pit, and I knew my fuel was going down, and I needed to pit, and I completely planned to pit, and then I got in a little bit of a battle with someone else, lost 5th place. In my haste to try and regain 5th place, I drove straight past the pit entrance, then promptly ran out of fuel in the mountain section, and had to do the entire Cooper straight with at 50k basically to get to the pits to then put the fuel on board and carry on. And then I forgot to move my fuel map from the fuel map 5 or 6 or whatever I put it on the final fuel map, and then did 3 laps and wondered why my pace was so badly down, and then did 3 laps like that, and I ended up finishing last, I think, or second to last. I was there or thereabouts. Oh no, that was it. I didn't finish last, but I then also forgot to put on the, because I'd fuel mapped 3 laps, I didn't need to go back in and get more fuel, and forgot to put on the mandatory soft tyres. So there we go. So that was a big cock up. So yes, 6 laps in 2 hours. That is my standard. Okay, here we go. Pebsy again, first out. Pebsy's going to set the first lap, and here we are. It's dark. It is a different setup for race number 2 than it was on race. This is quali number 2, David. Or Dawid, sorry. There were some lobby problems, to say the least. So we've only actually completed 1 race so far. If we have that planned 10-minute break in between these 2 races, it does, doesn't it? It feels like quali number 7. Yeah, they've done enough laps to have done all the quali laps. Thankfully, this is only 1 hot lap, so this has got to count. We've got to make this work. So we're on board at the minute with Pebsy GT from the UK, setting his quick lap round Le Mans here. Pebsy is racing for GTBE racing team, and he is the only UK-based driver out there. So in fact, there are only 2 drivers out here not in the EU. Obviously Pebsy from the UK, because we're no longer in the EU, and the race winner from race number 1, Risky Replicant from the United States of America. I don't know what time it is where he is in the United States, but I'm pretty sure when he started this race it was the afternoon, and it will be way past his bedtime by the time we have finished. I'm pretty sure we'll still be at this tomorrow. There we go. This is by far the longest stream I've done. Finding something to talk about for 2 hours is hard enough. Finding something to talk about for 4 hours, increasingly more so. So here we go. Pebsy is looking pretty racy at the minute into this big left-hander. He's on that power nice and quickly, nice and early, heading on up this the smallest of the three really long straights. This kinks round to the right, and it kinks round to the right again before you go into Indianapolis. And then Indianapolis then leads into the Porsche curves. Little lift there, slam on those brakes, get it turned into that apex, and then off you go. Another big braking zone just up ahead here. Get that turned in. You've got to spot your braking point. It's hard to do when the lights aren't on. It's Pepsi through under the Porsche sign, up towards the Porsche curves. The video, that's exactly what I'm thinking of, the video watch time, mate. Yeah, I mean, people are watching live. I can't see many people coming back later and watching it through 4 hours of us looking at menus, mostly looking at menus and joining rooms. Anyone that's never played Gran Turismo will get a very good idea of what the menus look like by the end of the video, and have some quite good insight into how to use them. I'm actually more worried about my sanity, in all honesty, Jason. I'm losing the will to live. Right, here we go. So Pepsi is about to set time, and there he goes across the line. And his time is a very respectable 3:21.6. And then Risky Replicant goes and does that. A 3:20.1. Hasn't beaten Siege's the time to beat. We need a 3:19. That's the challenge. Is that a 3:19? It is! We have our first 3-minute 19 lap. 3:19.9 from Siege. I asked for it and you delivered it. Almost immediately. So next we want a 3:19.5. I haven't even started on it, to be honest yet, Jason. I have not started. I've still got a glass of Coke I'm drinking, so I'll finish that first. I'm looking at the beer, I just haven't opened it yet. I did go and get it out of the fridge. But I only have 3 in there, so if we don't get this done quickly, I will run out. All I've got to say is thank God for Uber Eats. So, Siege on pole, 3:19.9. Risky Replicant joins him on the front row with 3:20.1. Iron on row 2, 3:21.0. Pepsi, good lap from Pepsi, 3:21.6. Finished 4th in the first race. Is 4th again here to start. Nirian, 3:22.5. Giamp, again the lead Italian, lost out to his compatriot on the last lap last time out. He did a 3:22.6 and one up G with a 3:22.8. Zabonieri, top 3 in race number 1. Really good performance from him in race number 1 with a 3:23.2. Kulinen with a 3:57.8. 34 seconds back. Then we've got Bin with a 4-minute 50.9, putting him in 10th place. That's 53 seconds back. And he will be the last of the runners. I didn't settle that because I'm not racing. But there we go. So qualifying is over. Go. Simple as. Go, go, go. What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for the pit girls? Or are we waiting for some sort of invitation? And there we go. Race starting. Rolling start as before. With a bit of luck, it'll happen very quickly. Do we have an issue? Because it looks to me like they are... Oh, there we go. Who are we going to go on board with? It doesn't really matter because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to have to jump out because it's going to put me in this view here. But there we go. So, Siege from Risky Replicant. Can Risky Replicant already great little move there from Bin. Gets himself up into 9th place. Catches cooling and napping. Coming out of the final turn. So already up into 9th place. Siege out in the lead at the moment. Zabinero is in 8th place. One up G is in 7th with his compatriots. Giamp just up ahead of him. He's crawling over the back of Nirian. Nirian from Poland. is at the moment getting a bit of slipstream from Pebsy. Pebsy qualified in 4th, currently still 4th place. Iron in 3rd. Iron with a really good 2nd place in race number 1. So at the moment, he is just behind Risky Replicant, the winner of race number 1. And he already out of the slipstream for Seja. So Seja off, disappears up the road, and he has changed his strategy. He started this race on the medium tyres. Can I get the view I want to get? Of course I can't. Because, well, just because. That's what I want to see. Seja zooming through. Brilliant shot. That's really good graphics. Not getting much, we haven't got much light, so I think we probably are better off with this view here. No, trying to find a view that's pretty decent. There we go. Doesn't really matter, does it? There's CJ. He's in the lead of this race by some way as well. 1.3 seconds. Tactic's going to be different this time out. He's not going to pit early. Remember, he pit early last time. He was started with the... no, it's always fastest first here, mate. There's no slowest first here. It's always fastest first with a rolling start. Just the way it is. But to be fair, there's not much difference between them in terms of overall pace. Everyone, essentially each group, Jason, they are they're ranked on coefficients and stuff. So the people you're racing with are of a similar pace to you. So it becomes about race strategy and just out and out race pace. But Risky Replicant at the moment can't, talking of replicating anything, can't replicate at the moment his heroics of race number 1 and pulling out in front. Seja started race number 1 on the hard tyres. Didn't work out for him. He ended up losing a few places on the racetrack and then losing a few more through the pit stops. So Seja opting to go for what looks to me to be the optimum strategy, which is 4 on the mediums, followed by 2 on the hards. He's now 1.6 seconds clear of Risky Replicant, who has already opened up a gap of 2.5 to Pebsy. Now, Pebsy up into 3rd. We've lost Iron. Iron has dropped out of that top 3. He is down in 5th place. So Nirian is half a second back from Pebsy. Iron half a second back from Nirian. Giamp, the lead Italian, again 7/10 back. His compatriot just behind him, just a second behind him. 1UpG. 1UpG nicked the place off of Giamp on the last lap in race number 1. So Bodiero was the rounded out top 3 in race number 1. Finds himself way down the order in 8th place at the moment. Crawling over the back of 1UpG, trying to find a way through. Bin made a great move out of the final turn on the rolling start to catch Kulinen sleeping and dropping him back down to 10th place. We've lost, we lost someone early doors before the race even started, and then we lost one more with, what's the flaff about? Yeah, we lost one more to connection problems. Hello to the 40 of you that have stuck with it. We were at 30 at one stage, but I think people just got bored of looking at menus. And I don't blame them because menus are boring. So Seja is still in the lead. The gap is now almost 2.5 seconds. He is putting in some really solid pace. Be good to see what his lap time will be at the end of lap 2. Will he have the fastest lap? Replicant with the fastest lap in race number 1. That was a 3:21.8. Seja with the fastest lap in qualifying. And again the fastest lap in qualifying, but this time with a 19.9 in qualifying. Can he replicate that under race conditions? That would be something, wouldn't it? Yeah, everyone is. Everyone in my house is as well, mate. Everyone in my street is. In fact, pretty much there are people that went to the pub that are already home and asleep now. And there'll be some noise soon because my daughter's actually out babysitting. And I expected her to be in after the races were finished. But she's going to be crawling in. Well, not crawling in because she's not going to be drunk. But she'll be crawling in very soon. With some wonga in her hand. So she'll probably buy herself a takeaway on the way home. And she better get me one as well. No, I'm only joking. So CJ in the lead, 2.5 clear from the winner of race number 1, Risky Replicant. 3.3 seconds he's got on Pebsy. Who's that with a penalty? Nirian with a 1.5 second penalty. Just behind Pebsy there in 4th place. He's not going to close that 1.5 second gap with that penalty. And here he goes. He's coming up to the penalty line now. Is that going to give Iron an opportunity to work his way back towards the top 3? Iron was second in race number 1. Looking to recreate those heroics in race number 2. Pebsy looking very strong though, from the back right up to 4th place in race number 1, from 4th up to 3rd in race number 2, and he does lose that place to GM up into 5th place, and 1 up, really close, looking to make a move. Is that move on? It's so close, but just the gap wasn't there. The door gets shut, and 1 up has to sit in behind and wait for an opportunity as they come through this tight, twisty section at the end of lap number 2. And this is where we'll find out who has got the fastest lap, as we just see 1 up G just backing off a little bit to give a bit of room, maybe for an opportunity with the slipstream once they get into the first straight quick section here. So, end of lap number 1, fastest lap of the race is a 3:19.8. A 3:19.8. That is quicker than the qualifying time that he set. 3:19.8. He has laid down the gauntlet. So, the gauntlet is 3:19.8. This is what I want. Commentators request. I requested a sub 3:20 qualifying lap, and he delivered. Can he now deliver me? Can anyone deliver me a 3:19.5 lap? Let's see who's got that lap in them. Has Replicant got a 3:19 in him? Has CJ got another 3 attempts he can find around this racetrack? The gap is 3.9 seconds. Risky Replicant, a 3:20.6 is not a shabby lap, and in fact it is quicker than his fastest lap in race number 1, and only 8 tenths slower than the qualifying lap in race number 1. So things are getting quicker. A 3:20.6 for Risky Replicant. Any other race that would be good enough for fastest lap, but not when CJ is driving like the demon that he is. Pebsy GT comfortably in 3rd at the moment. Cannot close that 4-second gap on Risky Replicant. 3:22, 2 seconds slower last lap. But he is 2.8 clear of Iron. Iron, who has regained 4th place in this race, has dropped out of the top 3. But he's looking to try and close that gap on Pebsy. He's not going to do it while he's a second a lap slower though. He's got 1 second, just 1 second, to Giamp, who is behind him with a 1.5 second gap, should I say. Nirian, there he is in 6th place, lost out after a penalty. Almost. It is rubbering him very nicely, isn't it? Which you could say if it was the same lobby, but it's not. 1 up G was very close to the back of Nirian when Nirian served that penalty. Couldn't get round him and has had to settle back in behind. But he is 1.1 seconds behind. There is Kulinen. Lost out coming out of the final turn to Bin. Bin was very quick, and he has now found his way back around him up to 8th place. Zaboniero has gone very early into the pits and come back out on the hard tyres. Not entirely sure that was very wise. Now, we saw what happened when CJ pit in early in race number 1. It didn't work out too well for him. He did manage to salvage a little bit, but certainly didn't put him in the position he started in. Zaboniero is now on the hard tyres. So he's 37 seconds back and on the hard tyres. So there we go. So Iron into the pits. He's running the 3-and-3 strategy yet again. It worked for him in race number 1. He got him into the top 3. Is he going to work for him in race number 2? Is he going to be ahead of Zaboniero after he's got those hard tyres on? So at the minute, the net, or the net last place. There he is. There he's been. Great move in on the final turn when he started the race to get around Cullinan, but he's not closing that gap anymore. Tyres not looking great. Cullinan would have much better at looking after his tyres. One up, G. Starting to drop back now. That gap to Newman that was, less than a thousandth of a second is down to 1.7 seconds. Newman not closing on GM. He can see him there. He can't do anything about him though. GM trying desperately to close down on Pemsey in 4th place, but he is 5 seconds up the road from him and putting in some very solid laps. So we're on lap 4. We've passed the halfway point of race number 2. Race number 2 being the halfway point of our festivities this evening. And hopefully we move very quickly on to race number 3. Pepsi 5 seconds back from the winner of race number 1, Risky Replicant, who has not been able to replicate his heroics in race number 2 and finds himself 4.7 seconds behind Seeger. And thank you very much, Seeger. I asked for a 319.5 and you have duly delivered. What can I say? That is some crazy lap. 319.5 is the current fastest racing lap. Right, what's my next request? You've given me, I asked for a sub 320, you gave me it. I asked for a 319.5 and you have delivered. I actually asked you to do a sub 320. I asked you to go quicker than qualifying in the race. You delivered that as well. Now, have you got a 319.250? Can you shave another quarter of a second off that time? Have you got it in the tank on those tyres? You're coming in this lap. It's not going to be this lap. Could you do it in qualifying? Could you do it in race number 3? That's the next challenge laid down. A 319.250. I think Siege's got it in the tank. Has Risky Replicant got it in the tank? Risky Replicant yet to go sub 320. So what has he got? Okay, that's the challenge for Risky Replicant. Can he go a sub 320 and start challenging Seeger for those fastest laps? And it's going to be incredibly tough at our tyres, mate. I think I'm going to have to wait till race number 3, qualifying 3 and race number 3 in about 7 hours or so for that. So if you are just joining us, expecting this to be race number 4, we're currently on race number 2. We have had a plethora of technical issues, as we see pretty much from the front 3, all of the pits. I think we'll see everyone coming in now. We had a plethora of technical issues, getting a lobby started, and then when we did get a lobby started, we couldn't start bloody racing, and then we lost someone, and then we lost someone else, and then everyone went to bed, and can the last one out turn the internet off, please? But yeah, so we're basically still on race number 2. We're near the end. We're nearing the end now of this race. We're at lap 4. Iron has pitted. He's gone for the 3 strategy. How's that going to work out for him? Race number 1, Seeger went hard from the outset, 2 laps, and then on to the mediums, and that didn't work for him. This time, he's gone the other way round. He's done the mediums early doors. He's got rid of them. He's now on the hards. And just in the pit stops, 6 seconds is the gap now to Risky Replicant. Risky Replicant comes out on those hard tyres. They've gone for a similar amount of fuel to finish this race. He's 6 seconds back, 5 seconds up the road from Pemsey GT. Pemsey GT has maintained 3rd place. Top 3 have not changed. There is Iron in 4th. Couldn't get back into the top 3. Has he got some pace in him to close this 1.8 second gap to Pemsey? Or even better still, close up to Replicant? Can he finish with essentially what he's trying to do is finish behind Replicant again? Because I don't think Siege's going to get caught unless he puts that car in the gravel or in a wall. Sieger has been phenomenally quick all day, to be fair. And we really have been at this all day. There's GM there, comfortably in 5th. Can he stay ahead of his countryman this time round? Didn't manage it in race number 1. Lost out on the last lap to a chasing 1UP-G. But 1UP-G at the moment is 2.5 seconds behind him. We're on lap 5 of 6. 1.5 laps to go for the leaders. 1UP-G, he's got a bit of pressure from behind from Nguyen. Nguyen, another penalty. It seems he's serving a lot of penalties in this race. How much quicker will this dude be if he wasn't serving penalties every other lap? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe he'll give us. Maybe he will give us the 3:19.250 that we're desperately looking for. Although looking at his lap times, I doubt that. But he's still quick. No, I'm not taking it away from him. He's much quicker than me. Cullinan up to 8th place. He might benefit from that penalty there. Just for me, he's going to need to close up a little bit because the penalty is getting served very soon. Let's have a look on board. Is he close enough? We're going to see that penalty being served. We're going to see Nguyen turning right here. Good exit out of here. Good traction. Can he benefit here? So he'll see the car in front of him slowing down. Slow. He's jumping in that slipstream. Is there enough? Is he close enough? I don't think he is. I think Nguyen's going to get back up to racing speed, and Cullinan just wasn't close enough to capitalise. So despite having a half-second penalty, he hasn't lost out there at all. Great shot. I love that shot. Zaboniero was in the top 3 in race number 1, not showing that same kind of pace here in race number 2. Went for a rather odd strategy of pitching after 2 laps. A strategy we know didn't work for Seja in race number 1. Zaboniero might not have known that, but don't know. Everything is okay. If you're asking my okay, because I've been at this for 2 hours and 20 minutes and we still haven't finished race number 2, the answer is yeah, just about. Although I doubt I'm going to be able to speak in the morning. In terms of servers, I couldn't tell you, mate. All I can tell you is the servers are pretty shit tonight. And if I were them, I would just continue in this room and finish the races here. Because everyone else at GT Fusion has gone home. But there we go. There has been, bringing up the rear, 2.7 seconds back from Zaboniero. So we have the Czech Republic from the USA, from the United Kingdom, Poland, Italy, Poland, Greece, Poland. That is the order in terms of countries. Fastest lap is Seja with that 2:19.5, not yet beaten. He is on the final lap. I mean, that's just insane. 2:19.8 and a 2:19.5. Nobody else has gone that quick at all today, even in qualifying. That's a qualifying time, if I ever saw one. Seja very comfortable there, 6.7 seconds clear of Risky Replicant, the winner from race number 1. For me, if there's no crashes, this is how we are going to finish. Seja will take the maximum points. Risky Replicant there in second, 7.5 seconds clear of Pepsi GT. Good run for Pepsi GT in race number 1. Good race for him in race number 2. Gets himself into that top 3. Now, does he stay there though? Iron, we know Iron's quick. Iron was second in race number 1, so we know he's got some pace. Has he got enough pace to make up that 1.3 seconds to Pepsi in this last half of this lap? We are literally 1 minute 10 seconds, if that, away from the end of this race, and the gap's getting bigger. Iron is not closing. 2.1 back to Giamp. That's where it will stay for me. Monaco, 1UP-G Monaco is not going to pull out the same heroics in race number 2 on his compatriot that he did in race number 1. He's not going to pull out that 4.1 seconds. And I think he'll be comfortably ahead of Cordonan, who has made his way up to 7th place now. Got ahead of Nguyen. Did Nguyen have another penalty that's cost him? As we're nearing the end of this race. And we just had a look here. Bin in 9th place. He did manage to make it around Zabodiero, who is now at the back of the pack. And Seja wins from Risky Replicant. Pebsy GT just coming round that Ford chicane to complete lap 6 and to take the 3rd podium spot. Seja with the fastest lap to 19.5. GM with a good 4th place. Iron in 5th place. Don't know what happened there, but he managed to get... he got caught by Giamp in that last lap there. One up in 6th place. And the rest of them all over, done and dusted. So, there we go. 2 races done. 2 races to go. My God, well, that right. So 2 races took us 2 hours and 26 minutes. Thank you very much, David. Or Dawid, is it Dawid, or is it pronounced David, or is it Dawid? Do let me know. Yeah, so basically it took us 2 hours 26 minutes to complete 2 races. We've got 2 races left to go. So by my reckoning, if it takes the same amount of time, we will be finished here in the UK at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I think for certainly the guys in Western Europe, they will be completed at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I think the guys in Greece are like 2 or 3 hours ahead. So it's going to basically be breakfast time by the time, yeah. Right, I'm calling this now. Why are we doing a new bloody lobby when this one works? We have problems every single time. But, fuck, it is what it is. Right, so let's jump out. Wait for the new lobby to come up and then all the fuckery that goes with it. Big mouthful of we drink. Apologies if you picked up that burp in the thing. So, Group E is still running. Group H is still running. This is race number 1. I hope it's still not race number 1. Bloody hell. Refresh. I've just exited, haven't I? Knob. I am going to prepare something. I'm going to have to prepare something for these little down moments, whether it be like a little sponsor message or something. Maybe that's what I'll do. That could be my job for tomorrow afternoon. Actually, tomorrow afternoon, I still got to do. And I apologise to the Black Flag people that are watching. I've still got to do all the league tables and stuff for the last couple of weeks because I'm well behind. I have done most of the matches, just haven't put them up. I think I'm waiting on a couple of results to finish them completely. No lobby, no lobby, no lobby. I think everyone's given up. They've all gone home. They've given up. So massive drop off on numbers, obviously, because we've been going a long, long time. We did at one stage have 31 people. 30. I don't think I've entertained that many people since I once lost my trousers at a football match. But we will not elaborate on that further. That was in the days before camera phones, and no one ever caught it, and it certainly wasn't on TV. Still no lobby. He must have gone for a poo. Or maybe he didn't. I don't know. I could do, couldn't I? I could plug our events, couldn't I, Jason? That's a really good idea. Let's do that. So this is for GT Fusion. But what's happening at Black Flag E-Racing? I hear you ask. Well, on Monday we've got round number 1 of GR4 Lottery. We stuck 15 cars on a Wheel of Fortune, and we gave everybody a spin, and they got given their cars. There's still 3 cars left on the wheel. If you so if you want to join our Discord. I don't know if you can click on. I don't think I'll set up the link on it, but you can find us Black Flag e-racing on Discord. The Discord link is actually on the thingy, Bob Ujima Flip. It's on the video here. It's on our channel here, so you can click on that and join our Discord. There's still 3 spaces left in that. That's for Monday evenings. Tuesday, we're not doing anything on Tuesdays at the moment. Got something planned in the future for Tuesdays, which we will do. Wednesdays is GRB tournament we've got running at the moment. Just for the record, every lobby is pretty much an 8 PM lobby, apart from Sunday, which I'll get to in a minute. Thursdays is our European GR3 Open. A couple of weeks left of that, and then we'll go again with the GR3s on a Thursday. Friday is it's our same car day. We're doing the Renault Megane. Renault Megane. Sounded like a 70s DJ, didn't it? The Renault Megane. The Renault Megane race is on a Friday. Saturday, we've got a couple of weeks left of our flagship tournament, the Black Flag Bullshit Tour. That's nearly finished on Saturday. There'll be something new coming for Saturdays in a couple of weeks. And then Sunday is Jason Farley. There he is on the chat there. His brainchild. We've got a number of different really cool events, handicap events and all sorts of stuff going on. We just did a really cool one where you had 3 different tyres, 3 different races, and you had to pick which tyre used in which race and stuff like that. It was way cool. Yes, it was. So come and join us at Black Flag e-racing on Discord, and come and do some racing with us if you've got nothing better to do. But as Cullinan just said there on Thing Racing is life. So you clearly haven't got anything better to do. Come and join us. So there we go. That's events plugged. Tomorrow night, obviously on the channel here, we've got no. Actually, we can't talk about Black Flag Bullshit. We've got no Black Flag Bullshit this week because we're doing this, and then tomorrow we've got the Lithuanian National Championships continue round 2, which will be here live on YouTube and Twitch and on Facebook Live. That's if I can still speak. Bearing in mind that I've given 2.5 hours of my life to you for not much recognition, to be fair. Usually I don't give them much time for anything less than a reach around. Okie dokie. Is there any chance that people are going to just crack on with it? Or not? Well, I'm going to sit in the pits until they all disappear out. There we go. I'm not going to race. I can't show you my car. To be fair, I've only half done the livery on this because this one's quite hard. Yeah, I've only half done it, so not much to look at this stage because I didn't finish it. The Alpha Handy. Dude, handicap race. Handicap races are really cool. So basically, Jason just told us to chat there. We're doing handicap races tomorrow. That is really cool. Essentially, how the handicap races work is that the really fast drivers all drive on the hard tyres, and the sort of midfield drivers all go on the mediums, and the slow ass drivers like me and Jason and Grizz Troopers and a couple of others go on the soft tyres. The fast guys, the hard tyre runners, still end up first, and midfield still end up midfield, and the slow guys still end up last. But it's a lot closer, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of good fun. You will enjoy it. So join our Discord now and get on with it. Room is being prepared. Yeah, we do just need to crack on with this bloody qualifying now. I am entered. I'm in the pits. Let everyone join. They can start and I can jump out and I can spectate. Right, so out lap for everybody by the looks of things. So, Risky Replicant, first in race number 1, second in race number 2. Couldn't match the pace of the rocket that is Sieger. Absolutely melted that car around the track in race number 2. And gave us 3:19.5. Now, can he give us, what did I want? I want a 3:19.250. That's the challenge I'm laying down. So if you're listening, mate, that's what I want. I asked you for a sub 3:20, you gave it to me. I asked you for a qualifying lap in the race, you gave that to me as well. Then I asked you for a 3:19.5 and you delivered. So I'm fully expecting a 3:19.250 at some stage in this race. In qualifying would be nice, and then I'll see if you can beat it in the race. See how we get on from there. Right, but everyone's on their out lap, so I think that's time for me to sneak off for a quickie ciggy. Did you all miss me? I am back. Polish power indeed. Polish power. Esports sim racing. Hello. Right, where we at? Who's on a fast lap? Everybody, I hear you cry. Of course they are. How's Sieger getting on? Well, Risky Replicant this time, first out of the blocks. Usually it's Pebsy. Has he got a sub 20 lap in him? Do you know what, Paul? I'm absolutely good. The thing is, I'm tired enough to collapse after this race, but As I'm sure I told you before, I'm so wired after doing the commentary, I literally can't sleep. All I can say is thank flip it's Sunday tomorrow. So I will probably have an afternoon snooze tomorrow as well, because I've got another one of these to do tomorrow. I will definitely not speak for some time. I'm just, if I need to call the dog in, I will do it with hand gestures. There we go. Right, so Risky Replicant, he is 1 minute and 20 odd seconds away, 1 minute 15 seconds away from setting a lap time. Is that lap time going to be his first sub 3 minute 20? He hasn't done one so far. His fastest lap so far has been a 3:20.0, I think he put in. Was his quickest. No, it wasn't. I lied. He did a 3:21.8. That was his quickest in race number 1 when he won that race. So we'll see what he's got this time out. Has Seeger got even more in the tank? Is it much more rubbered in now? Anyone that's just joining us hasn't been here so far. Let's give you a quick rundown of what happened. So we are at Le Mans. We are here for GTFUSION for round 4. This is Lounge D. Round 4, Lounge D. So kind of like the best of the rest. The elite groups will race tomorrow. Group A, B, and C to race tomorrow. That's all the really quick guys. Yeah, you do that, mate, and I'll come and fall asleep in your lobby. Yeah, I'll see you after I finish the we'll jump in. I probably won't race. I'll probably just come and have a chat for a bit. Yeah, so this is Lounge D. We are racing in the Toyota what's it? It's a GR010 hybrid thingy. Anyway, Seeger again. Not so quick this time though. Only gives us a 3:21.2. Incredibly disappointed, my friend. Incredibly disappointed. So not quite the heroics of race number 2. Risky Replicant. A 3:21.2 was the best he could give us. Sorry, a 3:22.7 was Risky Replicant. Nirian gets himself into the top 3 with a 23.5. Giamp, 3:24.2. Calling them much better than the last round, 25.0. Bin with a 27.2. Pebsy didn't have a very good lap this time out. That is a 37.0. Going to struggle to get in the top 3 with lap times like that. Damage to his car, he's hit a wall. Certainly on that left-hand side. Iron finishes with a penalty, 29.2 was the best that he could put in. 34.1 so far. What has he got for us? Why does it show me in the pits when I'm clearly not in the pits? Let me cancel my entry. There we go. That could have been embarrassing, couldn't it? Yes, so Pebsy was at 37.0. Zaboniero, 50.1. Iron with a penalty, so right down the order in 10th place. So there we go. We have finished qualifying. Go, 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 go. Commentator for Tekken or MMA, not for race. Me. Finish him. There you go, there's my Tekken. Oh, Hollywood start. Did you mean scary movie? I'm too pretty for Hollywood. You mean something like that? There was a man in the woods. It was late. Might give it a crack. Right, what we got? Who shall we start with this time? Yeah, the problem is I've got a face for commentary, and not such a face for TV. Right, so let's have it. There we go. Zaboniero, there we go. Let's go with him. We're going to have to jump out again in a second, we can't figure. Look at that black flag on the side. Love it. So, everyone away clean. Seeger in the lead. Is he going to pull away like he did in race number 1? Race number 2. Race number 1 was where he made the big cock up with his strategy. Not going to do that again, I wouldn't have thought. I think this time he's going to have it dialed in. Has he started on those mediums again? Of course he has. He's not going to make that same mistake. So Seeger in the lead. What's the oi for? Finish him again. Seeger already 7 tenths up. Risky Replicant again, second place. Is this going to become like a bit of a procession, with the third spot being the one contested? Certainly looks that way. Now Seeger's got his tactics down. He is dominating this race. Can Risky Replicant close that gap and make a race of it out front? Or has he just not got the pace to match? Nearing comfortably in third at the moment. Giamp in fourth place. Seems to be eternally around fourth or fifth. Does Giamp, but certainly the lead of the 2 Italian drivers. We've made it to race number 3, guys. We've made it to race number 3, and we seem to be moving along quite nicely now. So here we are, lap 1, race number 3 of 4 races. Nearing in third place, 1.2 clear now of Giamp. In 5th place is Kulinen, doing much better this than race number 2. Just a second behind, picking up a bit of slipstream there down that straight as they go into the second of those 2 chicanes. And another second back is the second Italian driver. What up, G? And he is just over half a second clear of Bin. There he is, Bin. Drop me a message, mate. I think my email address is on the YouTube page. If not, then jump on the Discord and message me through there. Somehow we'll have a chat. Bin in 7th place, 1.5 seconds clear of Pepsi GT. Pepsi GT 4th in race number 1. Good solid 3rd place in race number 2. Did not recreate his heroics though for qualifying here, and has found himself down in 8th place. But he is 1.2 seconds ahead of Iron, and Iron has not been able to recreate his heroics in race number 1 in either race number 2 or now here in race number 3, not showing the pace that got him a very solid podium in the first of these 4 races. And Zaboniero again showed really good pace in race number 1, was comfortably 3rd. So 2nd and 3rd from race number 1, find himself in 9th and 10th place in race number 3. So is it just that the pace out front is getting quicker, or are these guys just having a bit of an off? Is it because it's much later? Now in Greece, I mean, it's going to be what? It's 10 to 11 here in the UK. Right, so in Greece it's what, 2 hours later now. So it's 10 to 1 in the morning where he is. He must be absolutely shattered. So this this 2 hour delay getting things going certainly caused him some problems maybe. But no such problems out front. The later it gets, the faster Seeger gets there in the Czech Republic. 1.7 seconds clear of the winner of race number 1. And his closest rival at the moment, Risky Replicant from the United States of America. 3.4 seconds clear of Giamp. He is up into the top 3 now. Got around nearing qualified really, really well. But now finds himself in the top 3. Been getting progressively better race after race after race. Lost out in race number 1 on the last lap to his teammate, but no such trouble in here. 1.5 seconds clear now of Nirin, who qualified in 3rd. Max Torque Energy driver drops down into 4th place, ahead of Kulinen. Kulinen having a much better race this time out. I say that it could get even better still if he can make this move on Nirian. He's got the inside line. Does he make the move? He makes the move, and he makes it stick. Can Nirian come back at him? It doesn't look like it. Nirian moving down the order very, very quickly. Great place gained there by Kunanen. Kunanen up into 4th place. Can he now close the gap to Giamp in 3rd? 1UP G is 1.2 seconds behind Nirian. Is he now going to close in on the driver that started 3rd on the grid? Finds himself already dropping down that order. Pepsi GT. And just as we flip to him, Pepsi GT spins out, hits the wall. He's going to have damage to that front bumper, and he is plumb last in this race now. 6.8, 6.9. You're going to see that time going up and up and up. That, my friend, may be race over for Pepsi GT of the UK. And that's a horrible sight to see as a fellow Brit, is to see a Brit put it into a wall. Unless, of course, the Brit that's put it into a wall is Lewis Hamilton. And that's always a great sight to see. So, Pepsi GT loses out there. So, Bodiero now up to 9th place. Who's that with a penalty? That was Iron serving a penalty. Iron from Poland serving a penalty. Not losing out, though. It looked like Bin just wasn't close enough to make that count for anything. But the gap now up to 1UP G is 1.6 seconds. He has closed that gap to Nirian and looking to make a move now. Is this going to be the second Italian to overtake Nirian in this race? So Nirian's 3rd place on pole is not being transferred to race pace. And he's under now significant pressure from 1UP G. Looking to try and just find a way around. He's had to drop off a little bit. He was very close. But if he can close up again now, I think there could be a move on coming into the stretch. Here we go. Up the... I guess I told I'm forgetting the names of the bloody curves. I forgot it. It slipped my mind. It will come to me. Excuse me. So 1UP G, far from actually making pressure on Nirian, he's made a mistake and now finds Iron for company. Iron right up behind him. So no more is 1UP G going to be challenging Nirian in front of him. He's got to look at behind. He's got to look at start defending from the onrush now of Iron, who is in that slipstream and looking for any opportunity. Is Iron close enough? Let's have it on board. Is he closing on him? He is closing. Is he closing enough? As we come to this first chicane, they're looking on this left-hand side for their brake point. That's where it is. They hit those brakes. Much closer. Almost right out the back of him. Better exit here. And a penalty. Penalty for 1UP G. So if he loses this place here, he might even lose another one to Zamboniero when it comes to serving that penalty. So Iron knows he doesn't have to make that big lunge up the inside here. He knows he's going to get that place. Maybe the move's on, though. He's in that slipstream. He pulls out. Oh, they're a bit too close. He makes the move. Well, that's 2 places. 2 places Iron makes up there. What an absolutely phenomenal overtake there from Iron. That was racing at its absolute finest. Does pick up a 2-second penalty, making that overtake though, because he just came in far too hot. So the big winner there is going to be Nirian. He may have lost out initially. He lost a place to 1UP. He lost a place to Iron as Iron makes that insanely good move. But what happens now? What happens now is Nirian is in the driving seat. He's going to see the 2 cars ahead of him, both serving penalties. He's going to breeze through. So body area is probably also going to benefit there. As for Bin has already been in the pits. He has a penalty. He's 40 seconds back. He's been in the pits and he's on those hard tyres. Pebsy has also repaired his damage. He's on those hard tyres now. He is 10 seconds back from Bin. Lot of work for him to do. We haven't really looked at these guys out front because the action isn't out front. The action's here. So penalty served. Is Nirian through? So Bonieri's through. He's through on everybody. What a crazy move. 1UP G survives. but only very briefly. That is a 4-place switcheroo. Zambonieri makes an audacious bid, absolutely audacious bid on all of them. And Nirian, instead of benefiting from that, has ended up losing out himself. So he gained nothing. He gained 1 place on iron, but he lost that place. So Zamboniero qualified in last place. Absolutely charged it. What a brilliant move as he dives into the pits. For me, I think he should have stayed out and gone for a 4-2 on that. Absolutely brilliant move. So, quick look out front. We've got a chance to have a look. The gap's 2.3 seconds. Sieger with the fastest lap of the race. Bit slower than the last lap. It is at 3:21.7. Absolutely fabulous racing from Sieger today. He has been quick all day long. And if not for his strategic error in race number 1, and let's face it, it was a strategic error in race number 1, he would probably have been in the top 3 there as well. Risky Replicant, very solid all day. He's got a win and he's got 2 second places. So that's 3 podiums out of 3 so far for Risky Replicant. Very solid. And good pace too. 21.9. Very similar pace to that of Sieger out front. So here we're looking at the best of the rest. Giamp getting progressively better. Race after race, lap after lap. Finds himself now in that top 3. Nowhere near the pace of Sieger and Replicant out front. Is he going to find himself under pressure from his teammate? There's his teammate there, Kulinen, just behind. Now it's 2.2 seconds is the gap at the moment. It is opening up a little bit, but is there an opportunity going to arise for Kulinen to make a move on Giamp? Now we know this is lap 4, so Sieger, Replicant, Giamp, Kulinen, 1UP-G, all going to go in the pits. That will bring Zamboniero, who has already pitted. How close will that bring him to 1UP-G? 34 seconds is the gap at the moment, and it's coming down slowly. Iron is trying to crawl over the back of him, not able to do so just yet. Basically what Zamboniero needs to do, I know we need a replay. I do have, to be fair, I've got a replay function built into the streaming software, but I haven't worked out how to use it properly yet. So the last time I did try and use it, I ended up cutting off the stream completely for about 5 minutes. So I'm not going to do it. It needs one in game like we have with GT Sport, but I will work on that. I've still got a lot to learn. You see, the problem is talking and trying to direct at the same time. Not necessarily the easiest thing to do. But there we go. But Zambonieri is just opening up that gap now from Iron. Just dropping him back a little bit. So there we go. Top 4 all going in the pits. Did we just see someone? We did. Iron spins. He takes himself out of this. Where has he? Has he just raged? Has he had a connection problem? Has Iron had a connection issue which caused the spin? It certainly looks that way because he's gone. Gone. So, connection issue there for Iron. Puts him out of the race. Been in 9th place. Now, top 5 all in the pits. All eyes on this man. Zamboniero, where is he in terms of the rest of them? Well, he's coming through the Porsche curves right now. Sieger's back out. Risky Replicant's back out. They were never in danger. What about Kulinen? Giamp, 1UP-G. Are they going to get out? It looks like Giamp has got himself out. Kulinen got himself out. 1UP-G is the man in danger right now. Zamboniero looking quick. He was all over the back of 1UP-G before he went in the pits, and there he goes. He is up into 5th place. 1UP-G just leaving the pits now. So Zamboniero grabs himself another spot up to 5th place, but the gap to Kulinen is 11.6 seconds. That is an insurmountable amount of time, unless, of course, Kunanen disappears off into the gravel. But Kunanen does have 4-second penalty, a 4-second penalty to serve. So maybe this is not over. He's not going to close up on GM. The top 3 now are safe. Seizure, 3.5 seconds from Risky Replicant, who is 11 seconds clear of GM. That top 3 isn't changing. These 3 have been solid, they've been consistent, and they've been quick, especially the front 2. They are not getting caught. Nothing changes out front. That is my prediction for this race. This is where it happens, though. Kunanen with 4 seconds worth of penalties. 3 for crossing that, what's it called? The pit line. That white line in the pit entrance. Three whole juicy seconds for that. And then another second for a track limits violation further up the track. So, where does that put us? The gap is 11.2 seconds. How close can he make this? He's not got any pressure from 1UP. 1UP 6.2 seconds behind. When you spin like that and disappear straight away, it's pretty clear something happened to your connection. But he was doing all right. But it just goes to show. So where's the gap? So there he is now. We're going to see him serve the penalty very soon. He comes up towards Indianapolis. So we see that timer counting down. He's closed up a little bit on GM. That means nothing, because in a minute you're going to see GM disappear up the road. And there he goes. GM disappears up the road. We see Kunanen slowing right down. And look at this time. Look at the time. Just drop, 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 drop. Zabinero comes through at pace. The gap is 6.8, 6.5, 6.4. We see it dropping down. Is it going to drop low enough to give him some hope? We're on lap 5 of 6. He does need to put in a couple of blistering times. So what's his best? His best lap time is a 3:26. Kunanen has done a 3:24.8. So for me, I think he's just safe. I think those 4 seconds of penalties, I think he was far enough ahead to save himself. So what's going to change? Absolutely nothing, I hear you cry. Because, we say that, and then we see a massive wobble from Seizure. And we think, well, actually, it could all be over. But then it could change very, very quickly. The gap is down to under 2 seconds. Seizure with a 3:38.5 on the last lap. Risky Replicant with a 3:38.6. He goes purple. He is chasing. He wants to take that first place from Seizure. But Seizure in the lead. Risky Replicant second. GM very, very comfortably third. Kunanen very comfortably in 4th place. Zaboniero from Greece, very late where he is right now, but comfortably looking at 5th. 1UP comfortably in 6th. Nirian, he started 3rd on the grid and just got swallowed up by car after car after car and finds himself down in 7th place. Pebsy has improved his lot somewhat, moved himself up from, obviously he was in 10th after that big spin, really early doors. With losing iron as we did to connection problems, that puts Pebsy up 1 place, and he's found his way around Bin to get up into 8th. He's 2.7 behind Nirian. Don't know if he's going to be able to close it at this stage. Bin is just going to have to accept the fact he is 28 seconds back, and 9th is where he will finish this particular race. So this will be the procession. There will, without a spin or a crash, there will be no change here. It's going to take a big mistake to change anything at this stage now. Seizure, fastest man out there. He has the fastest lap in 2 of the last 3 races. Race number 1, Risky Replicant wins the race with the fastest lap. Remember last race, Siege are putting in a ridiculous lap of a 3:19.5. No one even close to that since. Siege has actually been the closest to that since, with a 21.7. I don't think qualifying was even close to that. So Siege are 1.8 clear of Risky Replicant, 17. That's right, you heard it here first, folks. 17 seconds clear of Giamp. Giamp 5.5 up from Coonan 5.5 up from Zaboniero, sorry. Keep getting that wrong. He's he's not sex at all. He's 6 seconds up from 1 up G, who's 9.5 up from Pebsy. Pebsy up to 7th. Is he under pressure here from Nirian? Nirian dropped right down that order. Nirian was 3rd on the grid. He is now back in 8th place behind Pebsy, who span on lap 1. Nirian going to be really fighting for that place back. Lost a lot of places in this race. Finds himself way down the order. And there we go. People are starting to finish now. Sieger is your winner for the 2nd time this evening. Risky Replicant with the 3rd podium. He's 2nd in 2nd place. Giamp comes home for his 1st podium of the day in 3rd. And there is Kunanen in 4th place. Good run from him this time out. Zabonario in 5th place. Good run from him. Much better than race number 2. 1 up G. Finishes in 6th. It seems to be that's kind of his area. Pebsy was in the top 3 last race. Spins on that one. Comes home in 7th. Very close to followed by Nirian, who qualified actually on the 2nd row of this race. And there we go. Sometime in the next 30 seconds, we'll see Bin arriving home also. I did want to have a look at the livery on this car actually, because I didn't get to see it before. It is pretty. It looks really awesome from the top there. Loving it. There we go. So Sieger from Replicant from Giamp. They're your top 3. Give them lots and lots of applause. Clappy. Let's move on. Race number 4, please. I might actually have my beer in a minute. In fact, it's exactly what I'm going to do right now. So we are 3 hours in, guys. Thanks for sticking with me. Those that have stuck it out for the whole of this 3 hours. Those of you that didn't, why not? Why have you not stuck with me? Okay. What we got? Are we moving on? New lobby, of course we are. Is there going to be an upset in race number 4? Or is Sieger just going to keep dominating out front? Is anybody else going to get in the top 3? There's been a selection. The only constant in the top 3 has been just Risky. Risky has been in the top 3 for every race. Sieger in the top 3 for 2 of the last 3 races. Iron has been in the top 3. Pretty much everyone's been in the top 3. It's been awesome actually. It's been very close and very at times unpredictable. So we're just waiting for the new room to be created. Then we can jump in there. What else is? Well, at least Lounge H. Lounge H is still running. That one is the one we got. Our friend Patrick and James are racing in that. Fellow Black Flag Racing members. Racing under the same banner as for the Hellenic Knights racing team. Because they've got a team in GTFUSION and we haven't. Because we're a new team. So, at least we're not the only ones still racing. There are still other people out there racing. Don't know how far along they are. Hopefully a little bit further along than we are. Need this room. Where's this room? If you've got the settings saved, it should be easy to set up, surely. As I said, thanks for sticking with me, guys. It's been we've been live now for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Well, I say we've been live. I mean, we can take half hour off that because we had the holding screen for half hour, did a countdown while I smoked and pooed and ate. I don't know what you're saying, guys. I don't understand. I speak a tiny little bit of Czech and English. That's it. That's my two. I'm a man of many talents, but languages is not one of them. Right, let's go. We are in, I think, soon. Joining. It's unavailable. It's been very emotional. I might need a little lay down and a cry after this, mate. Oh, fuck off. Success. Yeah, me too, mate. You and me both. I was up at the crack of dawn this morning. Not Dawn wasn't too happy about it, but yeah, I was up very early this morning because we were child sitting for a friend. So I've had two 9-year-olds and an 8-year-old all day, literally all day. It seemed like the longest day on earth. But they did finally go home about 7 o'clock. No, absolutely. Anyone keeps their concentration up for that length of time deserves a little bit of kudos because it's difficult. Yeah, please give room for qualifying. Absolutely give room for qualifying. I was really contemplating it, just going out and doing a hot lap, but I'm not going to. That'd be ridiculous. So, are we going to go straight into qualifying, or well, to be fair, there's only 5 of us, and people are starting to join. I was wondering if people had given up and lost the will to race. Let me win. How about you let me win? Right. Should I go for a smoke? I want to make sure the room's working first before I do that. So we've got, 4 in the room and me. Although I'm not technically in the room. Shall I do that until everyone joins, and then I'll jump back out again, just to make sure it's not me causing the problems with the lobby. Well, it's not me causing the problem with the lobby. It's the idiots that code it for Polyphono or Polyphony and Sony. Yeah, it is a bit shit, isn't it, Jason? It is a little bit shit. Yeah, see, Max Verstappen doesn't have this problem, does he? Apart from that shit show at Spa a couple of years ago. Was it last year? When they drove around beyond the safety car for 7 laps or whatever it was. That was the Formula 1 equivalent of this bullshit. Right, what have we got in the room? I think everyone's in now, aren't they? Can I successfully... Who is missing? Let me cancel my entry. Seja, we've got Risky Replicant, we've got G-Amp. One up's there, Pepsi's there, Nirian is there, Kulinen's there, Zabodiero is there. We lost Iron to connection problem. Who else did we lose? So we lost. Well, we lost Rot Key, I think. We lost him right at the beginning. Then we lost. It's Bin we're missing. Polish. Yeah, so it's Bin we're missing. So we lost. We've lost Bartek to a connection problem. We lost Iron to a connection problem. We've now lost Bin to a hasn't come back problem. So I think they just start, personally. Let's tell them what's occurring, shall we? I'm pressing another. Internet. See, you notice I can't talk and type at the same time. There we go. Message sent. Isn't that true, Paul? We're really not far off. I know, it's insane, isn't it? Absolutely insane. And to be fair, though, we've whizzed through the second half a little bit quicker than we did the first half. It was the bullshit fucking around for the start, really, wasn't it, that caused the problems. So I think we just go with these 8. It doesn't look like Bin is coming back. He has been. He is no more. He's been and gone. Speak English, please, guys. I can't get involved. I don't know what we're talking about. I suppose I could Google translate it, but I can't be asked. Talk amongst yourselves while we work out what these guys are doing. See, no one's even bothering to practice anymore. They've literally had enough. So let's get it going. Hang on. I thought it was just arrived. Give me 2 seconds. I'm back. My firstborn daughter is home from work. Yes, kudos to me. Thank you very much. That's fine. I'm only joking, Igor. Seriously, I'm only joking. Just natter away, however you like. Right, the room is being prepared. Prepared for what? Right, ticky. Go to tracky. Let everyone jump in, and then let them all disappear onto the track. Right, they're all going out. Right, I can now disappear. Exit. Untick. Okay. everything is safely working. Pebsy first out again. It seems that when Pebsy goes out first, he has a better race than when he wasn't, because he wasn't out first last time. And he had a terrible race. He pulled it back a bit, to be fair, but wasn't great. So again, 1 lap, hot lap qualifying. So 1 out lap and then a hot lap and then 6 more laps, and then we can all go home. But till then, I'm going to go for my obligatory out lap smoke. They're just shit, Matt. Group H is finished. How did they get on, Jason? Find out how they got on, and then I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to have a smoke. I have returned. So, I don't think I've missed anything. It doesn't look like the lobby has exploded. And we are on a hot lap. So I quite like this these 3.5 minute out laps, because it gives me a chance to sneak off for a fag, because there's nothing to talk about on an out lap really. We've talked about the track, we've talked about the cars a little bit. Anyone else driven this car yet? Anyone got an opinion on this car? I bought it because obviously I needed to get in the room. It's 3 million credits that I spent on a car I'll probably not drive. In fact, I'm going to make a point of driving it just because I paid 3 million for it. Simple as, really. So, Pebsy is first out. Now, remember, Pebsy's best races were race 1 and 2. Didn't have a great race 3, but he was also first out in race 1 and race 2. Is there something to that? Is there I don't know. You know, everyone's got their little rituals and their little things. GT7 is better, Matt, without question. The older Forzas before they brought out the Horizon series, when it was just jump in and race, they were better. Didn't like the change to Horizon. Don't get me wrong, the graphics are good, the car mechanics aren't bad, but I think in terms of racing quality, Gran Turismo is a better game than Forza, in my opinion. Yeah, to be fair, with that close to Sunday dinner, Paul, if I stuck the meat on now, it wouldn't be too bad, really. So, Pebsy, it's got about a minute left. Let's see what time he chucks out. So yeah, that answers that question. In terms of racing games, I think it's quite universal. If you're not including PC only, because then you're in the realms of things like bar racing and stuff. I think for me, I think in terms of actual driving, Assetto Corsa is a better racing game. The problem for me with Assetto Corsa is the graphics aren't all that. There's not a lot of variety with Assetto Corsa, and you have to pay for lobbies and such like for any sort of league racing. So that's my problem with Assetto Corsa. So I think in that respect, GT7 is a better game. I've not played much Forza Online, but I do know that it is full send up the inside, and bullshit mostly. Okay, so we've got some lap times, and guess what? Guess who's on pole yet again? Of course, it is Seja. So that's 4 pole positions, I think. So four pole positions from Seja. I don't think Iron's back in the room, is he? Iron didn't come back after his disconnection. So you can cheer for him all you like, but he's not there. Yes, so Seja is again in pole position with a 320.0. Second this time, Zaboniero with a 321.6. Where is Risky Replicant? Risky Replicant had an awful lap. He picked up a 2.5 second penalty. Is he going to be outside the top 3 for the first race this evening? He has been Mr. Consistent inside that top 3, but now finds himself down in 7th. So front row is Seja from Zaboniero. Then we've got again a great lap again from Nurian, and bear in mind he finished 3rd last time out and found himself way down at the order by the end of the race. He didn't have the race pace to match. Pebsy GT in 4th place, so another good lap from him. See, I told you, when he goes out first, he puts in a good lap. Giamp in 5th, good 3rd place from in that last race. One up just behind him. One up G is just behind him. We are ready to race, I think. Here we go. Race number 4. We are finally there. We've reached the last race of the series. As much as I love doing this, I've never been so happy for a race to nearly be over. As I see the timer of the stream ticking to nearly 4 hours, YouTube are like, why are you taking so much of my server space with just utter waffle? But here we go, race number 4. We are there. Here we go. Let's go with Risky Replicant. He's going to have to do some crazy manoeuvres early doors. Can he make it count? As the race is underway, Seja in the lead from Zaboniero. Great lap from him to get himself up into the front row. Risky Replicant, there he is. And let's do what we've got to do. We know we've got to do it because it won't give us that view is the view that we want. And there we are, out in front already. 1.2 seconds clear. For me, he's not getting caught this race. If he doesn't crash, he's not getting caught. I'm calling it now, and I'm asking him now to give me my 119.2. Has he got it in the tank? Zaboliero, there he is, Hellenic Knights Racing Team, number 2. Second place there. Is he going to be under some pressure from Nirian? Nirian qualified 3rd in the last race. And just dropped down and down and down and down that order. Couldn't maintain the top 3. At the moment, they're holding firm. As we see Pebsy with a penalty. He's going to have to serve that this lap. He is in 4th place. That will not stay there for long because Giamp has been showing increasingly better pace race after race after race and lap after lap, and he's getting quicker, and he is tacking on the back there of Pebsy, looking to make a move. He pulls out of the slipstream. They are side by side. It's a drag race, and it's bye-bye. And then he looks in his mirror, and there is Pebsy as they go into the chicane, and he pulls away. So he now pulls away from Pebsy. Pebsy can do nothing to prevent it. He's not going to get back at him, or is he? Is he close enough to get back at him here with the slipstream? It's going to be whatever happens, he's got to serve that penalty. And at the moment, he's under pressure here from the other Italian. Can the other Italian make his way through here? Cannot make it count there. But he will, when it comes to serve that penalty, if he can maintain this distance behind Pebsy, he will make up that place. But Pebsy is not giving up on 4th place just now. He really wants to regain that, penalty or not. Risky Replicant needs to move through the order and needs to do it quickly. He's down in 7th place. We started today with 12. We lost 1 before race number 1. We lost 1 in race number. We lost 1 in race number 1. We lost another one in race number 2. We lost another one in race number 3. And then before race number 4, we lost another one. So we are down to just 8 riders. And of those 8, Kulinen is down in last place. There he is, trying to make a move if he can. And Pebsy moves down the order after serving that penalty, down into 6th place. Risky Replicant looking to... He's got a lot of work to do to make it 4 podiums from 4. If he does it, he's driver of the day without question. Or driver without question. So yes, Niren again, he's in 3rd. Bear in mind, it didn't work out too well for him last time. This time, he's pulled out a bit of a gap from Giamp behind him. It's 1.5 seconds. Giamp's not going to give up on that 3rd place just yet. Now, they're all running the mediums. There are 2 strategies out there. We know that Seja will go in on lap 4 and do 2 laps on the hard tyres. We know that Zamboniero will do 3 and go out and then come out on the hards. Or will he switch his strategy for this last race? Will he switch it? Be interesting to see. But Nirian at the minute holding firm in 3rd place. Giamp can't close that gap. And at the moment has his countryman for company just up behind him, looking to close down on Giamp. He did so in race 1. He took the place from him on the last lap to get himself up above his countryman there. Pebsy, 3-second penalty. It's not going well for him now, is it? Pebsy did really well in race number 1 and then moved his way down the order. Moved his way up the order for race number 2, and then race number 3, not quite so good. But here it's just not going well for him. He's under pressure here from Risky Replicant. Risky Replicant looking to move up. He pulls out from that slipstream. Is he going to get the move done before they reach the chicane? They're side by side. Risky Replicant got the outside line. Pebsy with the inside line. Who's bravest? Risky Replicant was the bravest. The American bravest on the brakes gets that move done. Pebsy just slots in behind. But with that 3-second penalty, I think we're going to see the Brit dropping way down the order. And thanks for plugging me, Matt. I will add you to our marketing team very, very soon. Great move there by Risky, up to 6th place. He's still got a lot of work to do, to move up that order. He's got 2 seconds to make up on the first Italian, who is then a second behind the next Italian. So we are currently Czech Republic again in the lead. Dominant, 1.2 seconds clear. It's the Czech Republic from Greece, from Poland, Italy, United States, Great Britain, and Greek at the rear of the pack in Cullinan. Can he make a big, bold move up there? As well, we'll see now. He'll move up to 7th place as we watch Pebsy serve this penalty up ahead of him. So Pebsy, at the moment, in the slipstream of Risky Replicant. And here we go. He pulls off the racing line. He knows there's nothing he can do. Serves that 3-second penalty. Cullinan moves up from the rear of the pack to 7th place. So, Risky's already closed that gap. It was 2 seconds. It is now down to 1.2 seconds. He's taken out 8 tenths on this lap already. Be interesting to see at the end of this lap who has the fastest lap. Will it be Seja? The pocket rocket, absolutely on fire, really quick. Or will Risky Replicant, the winner from race number 1, the fastest lap from race number 1, who, and I've got to say, he really capitalised on the big error from Seja. And there we go. He does have the fastest lap, a 3:22.7. But I've got to say, it's miles off what we're used to seeing, fastest lap wise. Is the tiredness starting to really tell us that? The slowdown, Matt, is because he served a penalty. So when you get a penalty, so basically in GT Sport, the game before this, when you had a penalty, you could serve it by slowing down yourself in certain corners. Here there is a distinct penalty line. So when you pick up a penalty for either cutting a corner, crossing the pit lane line, or any of those other things, it automatically slows your car at the penalty point. There is and when we see it next, I'll point it out for you. There's a particular, it's on every track, and to be fair, it's in really bullshit places. Have you seen Risky making a move past 1UP? So he's already up into 5th. He has got Giamp next up the road, followed by Nirian, who is managed to hold very well now in 3rd, not having the same problems of the last race. So there we go. So at the moment, Seja 2.3 clear out front. That won't change. Other than a big mistake, that won't change. He'll still be there. So Boniero doing very well in 2nd place and holding firm, 1.9 clear. And there's a little purple sector for him just to G him along. Nirian in 3rd place with a 2-second penalty. When will this guy catch a break? Qualifies in 3rd twice. Just can't get it dialed in race number 3. Loses places. And here we have a 2-second penalty. And now Giamp is less than 2 seconds behind him. So what we'll actually, we'll see that penalty thing in action. Risky Replicant in a really good position here, because he is closing at the moment just on Giamp. He did a 3:22.7. Giamp did a 3:23.8. So 1.1 seconds faster that last lap. If he can recreate that here, he will be half a second behind him. No, he won't. He'll be in front of him. So there was the penalty served there. You just here we go. Look, here's the penalty being served. You see it all. You see it in a minute. So it comes up to that line. So those 2 little arrows there, mate. That's what that's the penalty line there. So he pulls off the racing line, which is the done thing to do. You pull off the racing line and get that served. There's nothing you can do while you're ghosted out anyway. So Risky Replicant is through. Giamp is through. Risky Replicant already up to 4th. Can he get himself into the top 3 and make it 4 podiums out of 4 for a good day at the office? A lot of work to do. Just out of interest, Matt, what is the time there in the States in a minute where you are? Because here it is 20 to 12 at night. For the Italians and the Czech guy and the Polish, I think it's an hour later, so it's 20 to 1. And I think for the Greek, the 2 Greek drivers, it's 20 to 2 in the morning. So Seja does get fastest lap on lap number 3 with a 3:21.4. Risky Replica Replicant with a 22.3, good solid lap that. 1.6 seconds to the makeup, but Nirian is not getting dropped. He's sticking with him and trying to regain that place. So Pebsy jumps into the pits on lap 4, and it looks like Zaboriero has changed his tactics. Every other race he has done 3 and 3. Now, yeah, it's 2 hours ahead. Yes, that's what I thought, Jason. So basically, he's changed his tactics in this race. Now, one or two things can happen here. Changing tactics has proved to be an absolute masterstroke. And he'll stick with CJ, keep second place, stay ahead of GAMP or Risky, depending who gets in there. And it's worked out well. Or, by not following his tried and trusted strategy, will he cost himself second place here? At the moment, he's looking comfortable. He's not going to catch Seja. Seja's 4 seconds up the road and pulling away. GAMP 3.5 seconds back, and he's got Risky Replicant just slowly. It's all right, to be fair. In terms of pin, we don't really have a problem with that. The only issue we really have, Matt, is with sometimes with cross-platform, because you've got PS4 and PS5. You do sometimes have an issue with a little bit of lag. To be fair, we haven't had much lag. I mean, I don't know how many are on PS4, PS5 here, but we don't seem to have too much of a lag problem today. But you can do at times. Yeah. So anyway, 1.1 is the gap as we move into the second half of lap 4. There is still 2.5 laps for Risky Replicant to get the quadruple, what's the word I'm looking for? Podium. The quadruple podium prize. Not that there is one. But Nirian hasn't had to back off. He just has backed off the back of Risky Replicant. Can't keep up with the pace. And now with a penalty, is he going to see the same fate as he saw in the last race? He has one up just behind him again. Don't think one up's close enough this time. But there we go. He's been put off to the side. There he serves the penalty. The gap will come down, but it won't come down enough this time. Pebsy way at the back, but he has already pit. Nobody else has been in the pits yet. Pebsy GT 41 seconds back with a 1 second penalty. Unfortunately, I think Pebsy is going to have a bad day at the office for this race. I think this is where we're going to see Pebsy finish. 3.8 seconds of gap out front. Seja dominant, very dominant. As we see him pull in, Zabonero will follow him in. There we go. GAMP. Boom, there he goes. Replicant also follows him in. Now, how brave is Replicant going to be on fuel? This is the key. This is all about who's got the balls of steel. So everyone, Pebsy the only man left on track. Can he make up any places at all? He is some way back. Everyone else is in the pits. On that mini map, you can see where the blue arrow is. That's where everyone else is in the pits. Pebsy is absolutely miles back, just coming through the Porsche curves. He's not even going to get close, I don't think. So, bravery is the name of the game here. Seja is out, he's back on track. Zaboriero, he is out, he's back on track. His first and second haven't changed. GAMP is out, Replicant is out. The gap is bigger, the gap is 2.6 seconds. So, GAMP, he wasn't even braver. He put on a little bit more fuel than Risky Replicant did. So, whatever happened there, GAMP has opened the gap. 2 laps is the difference here. Risky Replicant needs to take out 1.1 seconds a lap and catch him. So, here's the thing. It's one thing to catch. It's another to pass. So he needs to do 1.1 seconds a lap on both laps and get the pass done. So it's at 1.8 is the gap now. It's already down. 1 up G. Is he going to throw a spanner in the works and give some problems to Risky Replicant? I see Nirian again starts the third, dropping down that order. Cullinan behind him, half second penalty. not going to close him up on that. Pebsy GT way back, 1 second penalty, 8.6 behind. He's out of the running. 1.5 is the gap between Risky Replicant and GM. This is what you can see. He is hunting down that aquamarine car in front of him. That's the only thing Risky Replicant is thinking about. He's sitting there in the United States thinking, I'm going to get that Italian. I'm sure he's not actually thinking that. But he is focused. He knows he's got the speed. He knows he's not going to catch Seja. Seja has been uncatchable all day. And the gap is already down to 1.2 seconds. He needed to get 1.1 a lap. It was at 2.2 when they came out of the pits. He's already got more than 1.1 on him. The gap is almost down to 1 second. If I were GM, I would be worried as I'm watching that gap close down. Risky Replicant heading for a fourth podium place. Much quicker there through Indianapolis. They've got this right hand turn here. It's about traction out here. Who's got the better traction, the Italian or the American? GM looks to prime pull away. He's giving up a little bit of slipstream though, and the gap is closing. Is it closing fast enough? Probably not. Is Risky Replicant going to have a go this lap? Probably not. But he's going to be a lot closer when it comes to the two very long straights at the beginning of lap 6. So he started where? He started 8th, way down the order. He's made his way up to 4th. He's finished on the podium in every race so far. This is an opportunity to make it 4 out of 4. Did I just see GM pick up a penalty? He has. He's picked up a 1.5 second penalty. Absolute disaster for him. There we go. Risky Replicant now just hunting him down. He knows all he needs to do now is stay just there. Catch him in the draft if he can. If he can't, it doesn't matter. There's a 1.5 second penalty that's going to get served. And if Risky Replicant keeps it clean, Risky Replicant is going to get another podium place here in race number 4. We are here at Le Mans in the Toyota Hybrid GR010 for the GT round 4 of GT Fusion. And what a race to come back from the summer break. This has been phenomenal action. Lobbies have been a little bit shit. Lobby management has been a little bit shit, but the racing's been pretty damn good. So here we go. It is nearly half a second. Risky Replicant still closing, and I know I'm not really looking anywhere else on the racetrack, but there's nothing happening anywhere else on the racetrack. This is where it's happening. It's Risky Replicant. It's GM. It's the fight for the last podium spot. Now we know Monaco's not going to be any help as a countryman. Can't get close enough to Risky Replicant. I can't even speak. It's been so long. It's been 4 hours. Can't get close enough to Risky Replicant to do anything to help his compatriot. All he can do is watch his compatriot come closer to him as they come down to the second chicane there. Sorry, the first of those chicanes, and then down the straight here. And the gap is now 3/10. That's how close it is. Is there for me that you don't make the move here? He's close enough, but you don't make the move here. You know the guy in front of you's got a penalty. If you can catch him in the draft there, great. If not, he's got the penalty to serve. Pretty much, Matt. I think if you're racing at this level, don't get me wrong, there are a few that use pad, but yeah, we're all even slow kids like me and are on the wheel and pedal. So the gap is closing. It is 1 or 2/10. 2/10 is all it is. A little lift. Here they go. Penalty's going to get served very soon, and there is nothing GM can do to stop him. And actually, Risky Replicant's a little bit quicker through this section than GM anyway. So here we go. GM pulls over to that right-hand side. Absolutely nothing he can do. Risky Replicant. Look at that. Just absolutely disappears off into the distance. The gap is 2.2 seconds. The hard work is done. He is in the top 3. That is 4 races. He has been in that top 3. He won the first race. He had 2nd in the next 2. He is 3rd in this one from 8th or 9th or 7th on the grid. Seeger, well, what can we say about Seeger? Absolutely cocked up his tactics in race number 1. And then, was that a big wobble there across the line? As he finishes, big wobbles, there we go. Zaboniero in 2nd place, finishes 4 seconds back. Brilliant race from those two. Risky Replicant, he takes 3rd. Gian takes 4th. What up, G? 5th. Cullinan takes 6th. Pebsy, he's going to come home in 7th place. So, I said he was going to be last. I was wrong. Whatever happened to Nirian, well, it wasn't good, because he is way back. He must have had a spin of some epic proportions to be back there. So, for me, driver of the day, he's got to be Risky Replicant. He's been in the top 3 every single race. Capitalised on Sieger's strategy error in race number 1. Sieger, he's been on phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal pace. Couldn't catch him. Well, that's it. We're all done. We're finished. So after 4 hours, we've had thrills, we've had spills, we've had nudges, we've had crazy fast laps, we've had some great overtakes, we've had cock-ups, we've had all sorts. But there we go. So GT Fusion is back with a bang. So that's it now from GT Fusion. We will not see you for another GT Fusion event now for a month. We'll be back in October with round 5. As for us at Black Flag Racing TV, we're back tomorrow for the Lithuanian National Championships. So do join us for that. That's going to be a doozy of a race. Normally I waffle for a little bit after a race, but in all honesty, I'm absolutely fucking shattered. So thank you very much for sticking with me. There's 20 of you that are sitting here watching this, and you have stuck out through this 4 hours. Thank you very much. Go and grab yourself a drink and get some sleep. Thanks for joining me. It's been emotional. So I've been Urban Pirate. This has been the GT Fusion Round 4 Lounge D in the Toyota GR010 at Le Mans. Live with Black Flag E-Racing TV. So thank you very much. And peace to all.